Chapter 882. The second person to walk over was the new army headquarters. Tiger's Mane, who was dressed in a general's uniform, led the way. The deputy commander and other military personnel followed behind him. Their appearance caused a burst of cheers in the square. After the military, the first group to appear was the Tatar division. After the expansion, they had 20 battalions. They appeared in formal attire and attracted a lot of shouts from the central square. The next group to appear was the recruit division. They received the most cheers because many of their relatives were the people of the origin city. With the help of their relatives, their momentum was naturally great. After the recruit division was the independent division. The division commander Xian Honghai and the deputy division commander Na Ri Song walked in front of the group. As the division commander, Xian Honghai had no chance to fight with Tuatabuwa. Even if he came to attend the wedding ceremony this time, he still had to go back soon. In contrast, Na Ri Song was much more fortunate. He was lucky enough to stay and be the representative general of the Mongolian tribe in the north of the desert. He would fight the Tatar army together with the mercenaries. Their appearance attracted Yang Qindong and Toya, who were on the viewing platform, to wave at them. The fourth division to appear was the logistics group. They had too many people, and it was impossible for all of them to appear. They only sent a part of the representatives, but they also won a lot of cheers. Especially when the propaganda group and the medical group walked through the square, it attracted a lot of attention from the Mongolian men. These two groups were mostly made up of female soldiers. Under the contrast of the military uniforms, it was the first time that the berets appeared in front of everyone. It was impossible for such a group to not attract attention. Especially the medical group. They were responsible for battlefield rescue. They were far from the propaganda group. Although the members were very beautiful, they could only be seen from afar. It was very difficult to get close to them. The medical group was different. They were responsible for treating the soldiers and the wounded on the battlefield. It was very easy to get close to them as long as they were sick. Because of this, many soldiers recently went to the medical group for various reasons. However, in reality, no one knew how many people were really sick. After the logistics group, the direct subordinate regiment, reconnaissance battalion, light cavalry regiment, heavy cavalry regiment, and other regimental units appeared. However, the most eye-catching unit was still the heavy cavalry unit. Although there were only 2,000 of them, their auras were extraordinary. When they walked on the square, they caused the ground to tremble. Their shining blades caused many Mongolian girls to scream and the Mongolian men to feel their blood boil. In their eyes, these were the strongest existences. If they could join such a group, they would be proud for the rest of their lives. After these troops walked in, the next to enter was the 20,000 cavalry of the Mongol tribe. In comparison, regardless of whether it was military discipline, or imposing manner, they were all a bit weaker. Fortunately, Princess Toya was waving her hands at them from the viewing platform, giving them support. Only then did they not lose so much face. These 20,000 men were the 20,000 that the Mongol tribes had requested to join the battle. Originally, they had thought that they were here to split the benefits and show their faces. However, it seemed like their appearance had caused the atmosphere to become a little awkward. But no matter what, the fact that they were able to appear here was already a victory. They originally thought that the war god might not agree to them coming out to take advantage of the situation. However, they did not expect that the war god would agree so quickly. This allowed them to feel the war god's friendly attitude, and they were determined to perform well on the battlefield. After the Mongol tribe walked in, the last to enter was the ferocious Tiger Regiment. Different from the cavalry, this time they walked in. All of them carried the Type 95 on their shoulders and were equipped with shining blades, making it difficult for them not to attract attention. However, what was even more unexpected was that when the 3,200 men walked in front of the viewing platform, the leader, Xiao Feng, suddenly shouted, "Look to the right." With this order, the ferocious Tiger Regiment soldiers who were walking in unison suddenly changed their pace. Then, they raised their spears and stabbed. Their movements were neat and uniform. Under the sunlight, the shining bayonets drew a beautiful arc in front of the 200,000-plus spectators. This was a standard military parade, and only the real Lung Feng could perform this standard action. It was a pity that there was no military song to accompany it. However, the appearance of the Lung Feng ferocious tiger regiment still stirred up the atmosphere of the entire plaza, especially when they walked behind the 20,000 Mongol tribe cavalry. Compared to their laziness, the appearance of this neat group of soldiers stood out even more. The military parade lasted for nearly 6 hours, from morning to afternoon. As the ferocious tiger regiment marched out of the square, a few large balloons suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless flowers that had been prepared beforehand scattered down from the sky, giving people the feeling that divine flowers had descended from the heavens, or that fairies were scattering flowers. On the viewing platform, Tuoyu was extremely excited. She hugged Yang Qindong's arm tightly and looked up at the sky in surprise. Yang Qindong's lips were constantly curved in a smile. Behind him, second Madame Qiao Yin and fourth Madame Xiang also had looks of envy on their faces. However, they knew that this marriage had great political significance. It was not something they could be envious of. Moreover, as long as their husband treated them well, the two of them would be very satisfied. When the commoners in the plaza saw the heavenly flowers, they were all excited and excited. Many old men knelt on the ground as their knees gave way. Then they shouted, "Long live the heavenly Khan! Long live the heavenly Khan! Long live the Khan! Long live the Khan!" Very quickly, this chant spread to the entire plaza. The 200,000-plus commoners and the tens of thousands of soldiers in the parade all knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, expressing their excitement at this moment. Shi Wanshan and Ning Wenfeng watched this scene from the side of the viewing platform, their eyes flashing with deep worry. However, when they saw everyone kneeling on the ground, even the leaders of the Mongol tribes had no choice but to kneel on the ground and chant the slogan. The two of them standing there were extremely eye-catching. "Squat down." At the critical moment, Shi Wanshan reacted quickly. He was Baiming's minister, so naturally, he could not easily kneel to others. However, at this time, squatting was still possible. In this way, although they were somewhat unwilling, the two of them still squatted in the crowd. Although their knees did not touch the ground, on the surface, there was no difference between them and the crowd. And this scene was captured by two students from the First City Academy who were good at photography. They had received the digital camera of the day before yesterday. The two of them were amazed by this good thing that could completely freeze the image taken with a press of a button. No one knew where this thing came from, but it seemed that there were too many secrets that happened to the sixth young master. There were so many secrets that if he took out a plane that could fly now, everyone would not be too surprised other than exclaiming in admiration. In the crowd's loud cheers for the Khan, Yang Qindong and Tuoyu walked down the viewing platform and went straight to the Yang mansion. The next thing to do was to hold a banquet. In the courtyard of the Yang mansion, there were already 10 tables of wine. Of course, this was for the high-level personnel. As for the others, they would be accompanied by other officials in the city lord's mansion, the First City Guest House, and other places. A lively day would always come to an end. That night, all the guests walked out of the Yang mansion in satisfaction when they were drunk. Yang Qindong, who was still full of energy, also strode into his bridal chamber. There Princess Tuoyu was waiting for him, waiting for the happiest moment of his life to come. On the second day of the wedding ceremony, the guests began to leave one after another, and the parade troops also went to the front line one after another. They originally had their own missions, and if one looked carefully, they would notice that some of the troops that left the city were mainly heading toward the Sion Mountain area, which was southeast of the first city. Just yesterday, before the ceremony was about to begin, the Security Bureau and the reconnaissance team, which was under Su Yunqing's command, sent news that the 20,000 cavalrymen under the Tatar army's right vanguard, Lakshan, had arrived at the foot of Sihon Mountain. They revealed that they wanted to capture this mountain and use it as their rear base to confront the mercenaries. According to the previous plan, the logistics division had originally sent out 6 battalions of more than 2,000 people to guard Sion Mountain. However, because they had entered the city to participate in the parade, only 1 battalion was left to guard the mountain. Coincidentally, At this moment, the Tatar army appeared at the foot of the mountain. The troops that were leaving the city were rushing to support them. On the magnetite slope halfway up Sion Mountain, General Lakshan was looking up at the peak of the mountain with a complacent expression. After receiving the order from Great Khan Tuachuobuhua to attack the first city, Lakshan rushed all the way here. He wanted to arrive before the great Ming Dynasty Zhongdan Duke's wedding and sabotage it. However, he was still late by a day. The enemies that obstructed them along the way were really troublesome, making it impossible for them to arrive at the first city on time. But it didn't matter. The Tatar spies left behind in this area brought him good news. There weren't many enemies in Mount Sion that the mercenaries had taken down. There were only a few hundred of them, even if they were to take all of them into account. 20,000 versus a few hundred. This was an unequal battle. To Lakshan, it was like an appetizer before a big meal. He did not care about it at all. The facts also proved that the magnetite slope halfway up the mountain was taken down without much attack. Next, they only had to wait until they reached the peak of Sion Mountain. Then, this place would be completely under their control. Report. A large number of mercenary reinforcements have been discovered at the foot of the mountain. When the news reached Lakshan's ears, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good, they're pretty fast. Since this is the case, let's work together from the inside and the outside. Inform everyone not to rush to attack the mountain. Let the troops come up and immediately send someone to inform General Hubo to quickly move down the mountain. We need to work together from the inside and the outside to take down this wave of enemies. Chapter 883. The scout nodded and immediately went to pass down the order. Another deputy general, Mu Chi, came up with a puzzled expression. General, why should we stop attacking the mountain? The enemy is here, so we should attack with all our might. There are people on the mountain, and we are now halfway up the mountain. This is very disadvantageous for us. Ha ha, what do you know? Lakshan had a smug look on his face when he said this. Mu Chi flattered and laughed. He took half a step forward and said, General, please enlighten us so that we can learn from you. Looking at Mu Chi's curious face, Lakshan's vanity was greatly satisfied. He laughed and said, All right, seeing that you are so eager to learn, I will teach you a lesson today. Let me ask you, why did the mercenaries rush to our Sion Mountain so early in the morning? Well, it's probably because they know that there are mercenaries surrounded here, so they want to take this place back. Mu Chi answered with a straight to the point. That's right. Then if we had already taken over the entire mountain, do you think they would still want to take it back? Lakshan chuckled and patted Mu Chi's shoulder. Let me tell you, war is a skill. Sometimes bravery alone is not enough. There are still many things to learn. Lakshan had already left, but Mu Chi was still deep in thought. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and shouted, Ah, I know. The general intentionally left the mountain unattacked in order to lure the enemy's reinforcements. Only if there are mercenaries here would they have no choice but to come despite knowing the danger. That's right, the enemy on the mountain is the bait we use to catch the big fish. If we eat them now, the mercenaries won't fall for it. Ha ha. Now we just have to wait for them to reach the foot of the mountain and wait for General Hubo to surround them. Then we can eat the bait at any time and attack from both inside and outside to deal a heavy blow to the mercenaries. Lakshan, who was already a few meters away, laughed heartily and walked further and further away. He wanted to see how many reinforcements the mercenaries had. If there were too few, it wouldn't be enough for him to eat. At this moment, Hubo-Er's 20,000 soldiers were rushing over from the west of Sion Mountain. Hubo-Er, who was riding on a horse, asked General Mu-Run as she galloped. Did Lakshan really take down Mount Sion? Yes, the scouts they sent, as well as the gerfalcons in the sky, told us the same thing. Mu-Run answered with certainty. Then are you sure that there's only one battalion of mercenaries on Sion Mountain? Hubo-Er asked worriedly. I saw it clearly. Usually, there are only 4 battalions on the mountain. Our brothers went to investigate before. This time, for the wedding of Duke Zhongdan, they sent 3 battalions to participate in the military parade. Now, there's only 1 battalion left in the mountain. Mu-Run nodded again and said, This, Mount Sihon, is such an important place. How could it change hands so easily? General Murun, do you think this is another one of Duke Zhongdan's schemes? Hubo was still worried and continued to ask. That shouldn't be the case. Our men just sent a report from the origin city. They said that Duke Zhongdan's main generals appeared during the military parade. If they were really prepared, then there should be at least one general guarding an important place like Mount Sihon. Murin replied, while sighing in his heart. It seemed that his general was scared after the previous defeat. Otherwise, why would he be so careful? Is that so? That's good, that's good. After asking a few questions and not finding any problems, Huboer finally relaxed. She then said to a guard beside her, "Go and inform General Hu Lin of the vanguard. Tell him to speed up. As long as we report to him, even if the mercenaries have some tricks up their sleeves, it won't be that easy for them to take down our army of 40,000. Hubo was very careful. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. This was exactly what he meant. He was worried that Yang Chendong would play tricks again, so he wanted to be closer to Lakshan. That way, if the situation changed, he would be able to provide assistance. However, he did not know that this was exactly what his opponent did not want to see. On the battlefield, only by not letting the opponent feel comfortable would one feel comfortable. This was a principle that had not changed since the ancient times. As such, when Hubo's troops wanted to get closer to Mount Sihon, they encountered more and more resistance. There were a total of 10,000 Mongol soldiers in this region. The vanguard general Hu Lin had already encountered many waves of enemies, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. Fortunately, the other party's combat strength was very ordinary, and most of the time, they used arrows to attack from afar. Once he became serious and launched a charge, the other party would retreat again, as if they had no intention of tangling with them. It was also as if their combat strength was mediocre, and it was difficult for them to be a match. This situation was somewhat abnormal, so Hu Lin sent someone to report the situation to General Hubo. Very quickly, he received a confirmation. Don't worry about them. They just want to stop us from meeting up with General Lakshan. The more they do this, the faster we need to get to the foot of Mount Sihon. With this order, Hu Lin calmed down and ordered the vanguard to charge forward. When they met with obstructions, they would only send out a small group of cavalry to retaliate. As expected, even a small group of cavalry was able to repel the enemies. Hence, they continued to charge forward. When the sky was about to turn dark, they were already 20 li west of the foot of Mount Sihon. From here to the foot of the mountain, it would only take an hour. The cavalry had been running for an entire day and were truly tired. After asking for instructions, Hu Lin ordered the troops to rest. In less than an hour, General Hubo and General Murin arrived, and both sides met up. Good, everyone is tired. Have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, we will coordinate with General Lakshan to attack the mercenaries. And we will have to trouble General Murin to keep watch tonight. Hubo called all the generals over, and after a series of praises, he gave the order. Hubo's troops on the left had already reached the foot of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, they could even see the white torches in their camp. This made Lakshan, who was guarding the mountain, calm down. Now that the situation had been formed, they only had to wait until the next morning to completely wipe out the 400 mercenaries guarding the mountain. Then, they would be able to launch an attack from the inside and deal a heavy blow to the mercenaries at the foot of the mountain. Haha, what undefeatable mercenaries. What dogs it were gods. I think they are just SOSO. Lakshan laughed heartily, and under the praises of Mu Chi and the other generals, he returned to his tent to rest. Right now, he was just waiting for the moment he woke up to launch his counterattack. He wanted the world to see that the Ming dynasty's loyal and courageous people were not the only ones who knew how to fight. At the foot of the mountain, in the mercenary tent, Na Raizong was harshly scolding the small leaders of the Mongol tribes. What the hell are you guys doing? You said that you wanted to stop Hubo's troops to prevent them from reaching the foot of the mountain so quickly. Now, they're just 20 li away from us, and we are about to be pincered from both sides. How do we explain this? Facing Na Raizong's scouts, the small leaders lowered their heads and did not speak. This was something that could not be helped. Originally, they had thought that they could just follow behind the mercenaries and take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, it was not suitable for them to deal with the 20,000 Tatar cavalry. In truth, they could not do it anyway. A bunch of useless things. Because of your mistakes, we can only wait for tomorrow's bitter battle. When the time comes, no one is to call for retreat. This was all because of our poor progress. Narizong continued to roar in anger. All right, everyone has done their best. Hubo brought 20,000 cavalrymen. How could they be so easy to deal with? Everyone, go and rest. There will be a bitter battle tomorrow. How can we not rest well? The deputy commander of the new army said like a good old man. Then he sent those leaders out of the main tent with a smile on his face. After they left, Tiger's man stood up and said to Narizong, "How was it?" It's not that I didn't give them a chance, but that they did not know how to grasp it. What happens next? It's all up to me. This was what they had agreed upon. During the day, Narizong had volunteered to give the Mongol army a chance to perform. If they did not perform well, he would listen to Tiger's man's arrangements. Now that the truth was right in front of him, he had nothing to say. He nodded. I'm willing to accept my loss. From now on, we'll just listen to Commander Tiger's arrangements. Outside the main tent, a group of Mongol leaders walked out. Some of them had looks of dissatisfaction on their faces. Their forces were too spread out. Sometimes a small tribe would only have a few hundred cavalrymen, while the bigger tribes would only have a few thousand. Asking such a small faction to fight the 20,000 Tatar cavalry was simply sending them to their deaths. However, there was one person who did not say anything from start to finish. He was one of the leaders of the Mongol army. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. When he returned to his tent, he quickly wrote a note recording everything that had happened in the main tent. He then took out his gerfalcon and walked out of the tent. Using the excuse that it was convenient, he went to a secluded place and released the gerfalcon into the air. Chapter 884. Demutu had another identity. He was a pawn that Toachuo Buhua had planted in the Gobi Mongol tribe. The reason he could become the leader of the tribe was because of Demutu's help. Now is the time to use this pawn. Very soon, the news reached Hubo's subordinates, who were 20 kilometers away. When he saw the note, he completely relaxed. It seemed like his worries were unnecessary. It was all because the mercenaries trusted the Gobi Mongol tribe too much. This was their chance. After God knows how many days, Hubo could finally have a good night's sleep. They only had to wait until dawn to launch their attack. At that time, with Lakshan's attack from above and Demutu's help, they would be able to deal heavy damage to the mercenaries. On the black stone slope halfway up the mountain, Lakshan's army was also resting. They were also conserving their energy and waiting for the dawn to come so that they could counterattack with all their might. Before Toachuo Buhua's main force arrived, they would first inflict heavy damage on the mercenaries and make a great contribution. The mercenaries' camp at the foot of the mountain also fell into silence. They were ordered to rest early after dinner, as though they were also preparing for the upcoming battle. However, very few people knew that the time they chose for the battle was not dawn, but the middle of the night. When it was the third night watch, which was the wee hours of the morning, the mercenary camp suddenly sounded a hurried whistle. The horn for an emergency assembly was officially blown. Countless soldiers in neat military uniforms walked out of the large tent, holding their sabers and leading their horses as they began to assemble. Although it was still pitch black at the top of Saihan Mountain, the densely packed mercenaries were already waiting with their swords in hand, ready for battle. The top of Saihan Mountain, which was where Lakshan's bait was not like what the outside world had guessed. There was only one battalion, but there were 20 battalions. In the past few days, the number of water carts delivering water to the top of the mountain had suddenly increased. However, few people knew that every carriage that went up the mountain was filled with mercenaries. They used the excuse of delivering water as an excuse to sneak into the mountain. All of this was part of Yang Shandong's plan. He wasn't a god, so he naturally didn't expect the Tatar army to use this as an attacking point to start the first battle. The reason why he had arranged for 20 battalions of soldiers and horses to be stationed here was to have an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Tatar army. However, he did not expect that it would come in handy so soon. The person in charge of hiding and guarding the mountain was none other than Su Yunsheng, who had just been promoted to captain of the reconnaissance team. This Su Yunsheng was an old man. When Yang Chendong was fighting in the Southern Ming dynasty, he had served in the military. It could be said that he was a person with many military achievements. However, considering the importance of scouts and the extremely high standards of personnel, his official position was not high. However, as a regiment commander, he was given the rank of senior colonel, which was enough to prove his worth. If there came a day when he was no longer willing to work in the reconnaissance group, he was more than qualified to be a division commander. The mercenaries had their own security bureau, but it was hard to guarantee that the other forces would have their own intelligence organizations. Knowing that it was very likely that the senior officers under his command had already been targeted, Yang Chendong did not use them this time. Instead, he sent Su Yunsheng, who had always been elusive, to the mountain to be in charge of this undercover mission. Tian Hu and Bai Xuan were also on the mission with Su Yunsheng. They were all outstanding students in the First City Academy, especially in the field of military studies. This time, the two of them were assigned to cooperate with Captain Su in the battle, which was also a chance for them to participate in actual combat. 3 smart people, 3 capable people gathered together, so their strength could be imagined. When they received the report from the foot of the mountain that someone had set their sights on Mount Saihan, the 3 of them discussed and decided to beat them at their own game. They took the initiative to give up the magnetite slope halfway up the mountain. While showing weakness to the enemy, they were also looking for the best opportunity. Originally, the 3 of them were a little distressed. If Lakshan's troops attacked the top of the mountain, what would they do? They didn't expect the other party to cooperate with them so much that they would surround them but not attack. This made the 3 of them overjoyed, and at the same time, they arranged for the 20 battalions to rest early. At around 11 o'clock at night, they woke everyone up and prepared for the night attack. Night battle was one of the subjects that the mercenaries often trained in. When their nutrition could completely keep up, the so-called night blindness had nothing to do with them. With such a foundation, they already had the conditions to fight at night. And tonight was the time for them to launch a large-scale counterattack. Didn't Lakshan want to launch a 2-pronged attack? Well, then let's give him a taste of his own medicine. Let's launch a 2-pronged attack and completely annihilate him. The timing was a few hours earlier than the other party's attack, and they were already prepared. This allowed the mercenaries to gain the upper hand and have more chances of winning. In the early hours of the morning, the mercenary camp at the foot of the mountain became lively. With a flash bomb that lit up the sky for half a day, the general attack began. Troops began to attack Mount Saihan one after another. The sudden attack caught the enemy, who was resting on the magnetite slope halfway up the mountain, off guard. Lakshan came out of the large tent. As he put on his armor, he asked Mu Chi, who had rushed over, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure yet, but it seems like the mercenaries launched the attack in advance." Mu Chi replied with a puzzled expression. "Attacking at night, or charging up the mountain? I really don't know who gave the mercenaries the courage to face the enemy like this." "Oh right, there's still a battalion of enemies on the mountain. There's no need to keep them here. Quickly send people to take them down." Lakshan's face revealed a cold expression. Although the mercenary strategy of attacking in the middle of the night was somewhat unexpected, he had the higher ground and did not slack off in his defense at night. It would not be easy for anyone to attack up the mountain. He only needed to wait until dawn, when his vision was no longer obstructed, and then he could lead the main force to launch a counterattack. However, would the mercenaries give them a chance to launch a counterattack? Just as Lakshan was still giving orders to Mu Chi, deafening battle cries suddenly sounded from the top of Mount Saihan behind them. 8,000 mercenaries charged down the mountain like ferocious tigers. Poor Lakshan. He had never taken the mercenaries on the mountain seriously, so he only arranged for 1,000 soldiers to defend. Logically speaking, 1,000 soldiers should be enough to fight against 400, but 1,000 against 8,000 was not a small difference. The 1,000 Tatar army did not even have time to figure out what was going on. They were greeted by a rain of arrows. Hundreds of people were injured and killed by the arrows. Then, their defensive line was instantly overwhelmed by the mercenaries who rushed down the mountain. Su Yunsheng, who was mixed in with the army, laughed loudly and waved the saber in his hand as he shouted, "Comrades, it's time to perform meritorious deeds. Charge! Charge!" Tian Hu and Bai Shuang also shouted crazily, their eyes flashing with excitement. The sudden appearance of the 8,000 mercenaries made the Tatar army dizzy. They had no idea where so many enemies had come from. Lakshan continuously mobilized his army to stop the Tatar army while lighting 3 bonfires that he had prepared beforehand. This was a signal for reinforcements. If the situation became dangerous, he would be able to use this to call for help from Hubo or subordinates. The sudden movement of the mercenaries naturally did not escape the eyes of Hubo scouts. After the news was reported, Hubo got out of bed and saw the 3 bonfires lit. This made him very confused. What's going on? The battle has just begun. Why is General Lakshan asking for help? Are the mercenaries really so brave that they have already reached the middle of the mountain? Impossible. Mu Ren shook his head. The magnetite slope is a gentle slope that is about 2 li long. Although it is not very steep, it is long. The mercenaries could not have reached the middle of the slope so quickly. That's right. The terrain there is easy to defend and hard to attack. It is impossible for them to fall so quickly. General Hewlin agreed. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. Since Lakshan has requested for help, he must have met with some unsolvable problem. How about this? We will immediately support him. General Hewlin, quickly gather 5,000 cavalrymen and launch a fierce attack on the mercenary camp. General Mu Run, follow up with 5,000 cavalrymen. No matter what, you must attract the attention of the mercenaries and reduce the pressure on General Lakshan. The sudden attack of the mercenaries caused the entire battlefield to move. Countless mercenaries moved out in an orderly manner, as though they had already decided on their target. On the other hand, the leaders of the Mongol tribes gathered in Narisong's tent with sleepy eyes. Even now, they did not know what was going on. All right, since everyone is here, I will now assign the tasks. But before that, there's something we need to do first. Where's General Demutu? Nar Raizong suddenly shouted as he looked at everyone with an excited expression. Yes. Instinctively, Demutu responded. As soon as he agreed, 2 burly Mongolian men immediately rushed towards him. Seeing that the situation was not good, he wanted to pull out his sword to resist. However, how could he be a match for them when they were unprepared? He was immediately pressed down. After being pressed down firmly, Demutu struggled to no avail. He immediately shouted, Narisong, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to use this opportunity to eliminate the dissidents? And all of you, are you just going to watch? Let me tell you, if he takes care of me today, he will take care of all of you tomorrow. Shut up, you traitor. Seeing that there was indeed a commotion in the crowd, Narisong immediately shouted. Originally, some of the leaders wanted to ask Narisong what he was trying to do. If he really wanted to eliminate them, then they would have to fight back. However, once they heard the word traitor, they immediately shut their mouths. Chapter 885. Demutu, you are the traitor that Tawachuo Buhua planted in our tribe. Here are the letters you left behind when you contacted them. What else do you have to say? Nar Raizong threw the letters onto the table. You search my tent. Nar Raizong, what right do you have to do that? Leaders and generals, he can search my tent for no reason today. Tomorrow, he might do the same to you. Everyone, you have to fight back. Demutu saw that the situation was not good, so he tried to persuade everyone. That's enough. Keep your mouth shut. Demutu, everyone else went back to their own tents after the meeting. You were the only one who let out a gerfalcon. What is the meaning of this? Who are you sending a message to? Do you think you did it without anyone knowing? Let me tell you, your every move has been discovered. What else do you have to say for searching your tent? Narizong would not allow Demutu to argue. He pointed out all kinds of mistakes. For a moment, the leaders and generals in the tent did not dare to make a move. Demutu only left those letters as evidence when he returned to Tawachuo Buhua's side in the future. He did not expect that the letters would become evidence of his crimes. At this moment, he knew that he could not change the situation. He could only shout, "That's right. I am Tawachuo Buhua's man. He is the ruler of the grassland. Yang Qindong is just a Han. How can he lead us? Sooner or later, they will devour all of us. What we're doing now is helping the evildoer. Men, shut his mouth. Take him away and behead him in public. Also, behead his family and the tribe. This is the fate of a traitor." Na Raizong's eyes were cold. He was really angry at this moment. Before the war, the Mongol tribe of the Gobi Desert did not want to kill the enemy. Instead, they wanted to collude with the enemy. This made him feel humiliated. None of the leaders or generals pleaded for Demuta's fate. Since he was a traitor to the entire Gobi Desert Mongol tribe. Not only could the mercenaries not tolerate such a person, even they would not allow him to exist. No one wanted to feel like they were being watched by a traitor. At the foot of the mountain, Hu Lin led 5,000 cavalrymen and charged down Mount Sion. The mercenaries had already expected Yang Qindong's appearance. It was said that besieging a stronghold to attack reinforcements was our army's specialty during wartime. Yang Qindong was very proficient in commanding such a battle. In this plan, the Tatar division had long been waiting along the path that they had to pass through. They were only waiting for the 5,000 cavalry led by Hu Lin to appear in the encirclement. Then, heaven-shaking battle cries sounded from both sides. A total of 20 battalions and a division of 8,100 cavalry charged out from both sides. The sound of arrows piercing through the air shot towards the unprepared but anxious Tatar cavalry. It was not the first time for Su He to fight a war between Tatars and Tatars. In the past, he was Agador's subordinate and did not get along well with Tawachuo. Now that he had such an opportunity, how could he be lenient? The 8,000 cavalrymen launched a surprise attack with their bows and arrows, killing at least 500 cavalrymen and injuring countless enemies. Hu Lin, who was charging, was stunned by this sudden ambush. Hu Lin was not a brainless person. After receiving the order, he was already prepared to be ambushed. However, he had only left the camp for 5 miles. How could he have encountered the enemy? Didn't this mean that the enemy's troops were all at his doorstep? Were the scouts of the Tatar army all incompetent? This was a little unfair to those scouts. Su He and the others had only just moved here. Before the scouts of the other side could report back, everything had already begun. Unprepared, Hu Lin's army retreated again and again until they met Mu Run and the 5,000 cavalrymen behind them. Only then did they stabilize their footing. At that moment, the two armies converged and charged towards the Tatar division. Retreat. So he did not want to fight head-on with the other side. Seeing that he had already gained a lot of advantages and had killed more than 2,000 enemies with his bows and arrows, he let the horn officer blow the horn. A division of cavalrymen quickly retreated. Chase. Hu Lin, who had been beaten until he was dizzy, was furious. Without doing anything, he had lost 40% of his troops. A flame of anger burned in his heart. He could not wait to charge forward and kill the mercenaries. General Hu, the situation is not right. It is better not to be rash. Seeing that the mercenaries had retreated the moment he appeared, Mu Run had a bad feeling. Logically speaking, the other side should have been prepared and should not have retreated. It was as if they were tempting him to continue. What is wrong? It is obvious that the other side is cowardly and does not dare to face our cavalrymen head-on. They only know how to shoot arrows. If General Mu is afraid, then wait here for General Hu's arrival. I will bring my men and chase after them. The furious Hu Lin had lost his mind at this time. All he thought about was taking revenge for his brothers. How could he listen to anyone else's words? Hu Lin did not listen to his advice and continued to chase. Mu Rin could only shake his head and smile bitterly. While ordering the army to follow, he also sent someone to report the situation to General Hubo and ask him to immediately send out the necessary reinforcements. Moreover, Hu Lin took the lead, leading the remaining 3,000 cavalrymen in a fierce chase. In just an hour, they arrived at the foot of Mount Sion. At this moment, the Tatar division that had been retreating earlier had stopped in their tracks and gotten into formation. It looked as though they would charge forward and devour them if they dared to come over. One side had a division of 20 battalions and 8,100 people. The other side only had 3,000 people. Hu Lin was furious, but at this moment, he could only suppress his anger and wait for the main force behind him to arrive. The first to arrive was Murun. About a quarter of an hour after he arrived, General Hubo also arrived. Following him were 8,000 cavalrymen. In other words, only 2,000 cavalrymen were left behind to guard the headquarters. What's the situation? The moment Hubo arrived, his gaze first fell on General Su He and the enemy cavalrymen. He then raised his head to look at the dense sounds of fighting halfway up Sion Mountain. The torches there were connected to one another. Looking from afar, one could still feel the intensity of the battle. General, there are close to 10,000 mercenaries blocking our way. Hu Lin requests to charge. After seeing Hubo, Hu Lin was filled with courage. General, the situation on the mountain doesn't seem right. Logically speaking, after fighting for so long, General Akshan should have chased the mercenaries down the mountain. Why is it still in a stalemate? Murun raised his head to look at the mountain with a puzzled expression. Even if the mercenaries suddenly attacked, with the terrain, Lakshan should have chased them down the mountain very quickly. How could the battle still not end after 2 hours? Although they were too far away and couldn't see the situation clearly, they could tell from the battle cries that this wasn't a situation where one side had a complete advantage. Instead, the battle was in a stalemate. This was a very strange thing. That's right, the situation is unclear. Let's wait and see. Since they could not figure out the situation, Hubo decided to be careful and observe the situation. If Lakshan was doomed, then he would retreat immediately and not continue to fight the mercenaries. What's there to wait for? Didn't the report say that the Mongolian tribes in the northeast sent out 20,000 cavalrymen to help the mercenaries? They must be the ones attacking the mountain, causing the stalemate. These mercenaries sure have a good plan. Using other people's soldiers to attack us, they are using a borrowed knife to kill us. Hu Lin saw that no one was paying attention to him and was extremely dissatisfied. Seeing that Hubo was still suspicious, he immediately voiced out his thoughts. Oh, that makes sense. Hearing Hu Lin's words, Hubo nodded in agreement. This was enough to show that if he was the commander of the mercenaries, he would also think of a way to use the 20,000 cavalrymen. After all, they were not his trusted subordinates. If they died, it would not be a pity. On the contrary, he would be able to use this opportunity to get rid of his enemies. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But will they be so obedient? Murun raised his own objection. That was 20,000 cavalrymen. Their military strength was no less than the new mercenary army. They would be so obedient. If someone told them to charge, they would charge even if they knew it would be difficult. They would even charge even if they would suffer heavy losses. That makes sense. Hubo nodded. Originally, he wasn't such an indecisive person, but after losing to the mercenaries in Tulu City, he was really scared. Now, he was very careful and cautious in everything he did. The commander was hesitant, but this made Hu Lin anxious. Without receiving any orders, he could only suppress his urge to charge out and watch helplessly. Hubo's subordinate, Murun, looked at the mountainside. He believed that even if the 20,000 Mongol soldiers charged out, they would not be able to last for long. After all, they were limited by the terrain and their numbers were similar. With the terrain, Lakshan's victory was only a matter of time. Time passed minute by minute. Another hour had passed. Finally, the battle cries from halfway up the mountain became softer. Many of the torches on the mountain that seemed to cover the sky had also been extinguished. Seeing this, Murun finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Hubo and said, "General, I believe that General Lakshan has already stabilized the situation. The enemy's morale must have dropped. This is the time for us to pincer attack. That's right. Come, pass down my orders. Prepare to charge. Huboa was also relieved. He laughed and was about to give the order to charge. At this moment, a soldier beside him suddenly shouted, "Fire, fire, it's right behind us. It seems to be the direction of our camp." Chapter 886. This shout attracted the attention of the three generals. At this moment, the fire seemed to have lit up half the sky. The experienced soldiers estimated that it was about 20 miles away. Wasn't that their camp? What's going on? Huboa asked in confusion. Shouldn't the mercenaries focus on attacking the mountain and stopping them? How could they still have the energy to attack their own camp? No one answered Huboa's question. After a few moments of silence, countless shouts came from all directions. Following that, the scouts around the army quickly reported back. "General, there are enemies in the east. General, there are enemies in the west. There are countless of them. General, there are people behind us. Because it's too dark, we can't see how many people there are. We can only see the torches and shadows." Huboa's expression changed again and again. He couldn't understand why so many enemies had suddenly appeared. Where did they come from? How could the mercenaries have so many soldiers? Could it be that all the mercenaries in the beginning city had been mobilized? Huboa obviously did not understand. These were the 20,000 cavalrymen from the Gobi Mongol tribe, as well as the new heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and the scouts. Just as Mu Run had suspected, charging up the mountain was not something that anyone was willing to do. Even if the mercenaries gave the order, the Gobi Mongol army would not follow it. This was obviously a suicidal move. It was not something that could be obeyed with just a single order. In fact, the army attacking the mountain was only one division of the new army. Of course, there were also the 8,000 mercenaries who had charged down from the top of Sion Mountain. Su Yinsheng suddenly brought 8,000 soldiers down from the sky and caught Lakshan off guard. Although he did not understand why there were 20 enemy battalions on the mountain, the battle had already begun and he had no way out. First, he sent Mu Chi to lead 5,000 soldiers to stop the mercenaries' charge. With the advantage and preparation, how could 5,000 soldiers stop them? In less than an hour, the army was defeated and Mu Chi died in the battle. At this moment, the new division of the new army began their attack from the foot of the mountain. For a moment, Lakshan was attacked from both sides, and the situation was critical. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Tatar army, Su Yunsheng rushed down the mountain, broke through several enemy lines of defense, killed his way to the pass of the Blackstone Slope, and seized it. No one stopped them anymore. The recruits at the foot of the mountain successfully ascended the mountain. After the two armies met, they had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. They charged straight for Lakshan's army. Amidst the chaos and the death of their general, the morale of the Tatar army plummeted. They were no match for Su Yunsheng and Lu Zhua. Amidst the chaos, many Tatar cavalrymen dismounted and surrendered. Only Lakshan and his 5,000 cavalrymen continued to resist. The chaotic scene that Huboa and Mu Ren saw at the foot of the mountain was exactly this moment, and it was completely different from what they had guessed. It wasn't Lakshan who was killing the mercenaries, but the mercenaries who were fighting back. They only had 5,000 cavalrymen, and they were all panicking and low in morale. How could they be a match for the mercenaries who were full of fighting spirit? After a few attacks, the formation of the army was in chaos, and their morale was low. In less than an hour, Lakshan had died, and his cavalrymen had either died or surrendered. The battle at the waist of the mountain had ended, and the next step was to deal with Huboa's troops at the foot of the mountain. According to Yang Chendong's words, it was like eating one and watching one. Now that they had finished eating, it was time to eat the one they had been watching. Huboa had made the wrong judgment, thinking that they had the advantage in the chaos at the waist of the mountain. Due to the wrong analysis of the situation and the mistake of not choosing to escape, they had completed the encirclement in the 2 hours they had been at the foot of the mountain. 20,000 cavalrymen were currently charging towards Hubo's 16,000 cavalrymen from all directions. The first to act were the mercenaries, and Tiger's man personally led his troops to attack. An independent division was not part of the First Army, and Tiger's man could not stop them. However, the only thing he could do was to transfer the 6 gun battalions from the independent division to the army. Now, the first one to charge at them was this gun squad. More than 2,000 pitch-black muzzles from the 6 battalions rang out, landing in the midst of the Tatar cavalry, drawing out streams of blood and taking away the lives of several hundred cavalry. "Break out, all of you break out!" Seeing that the enemy in front of them had guns and was so ferocious, Hubo had no choice but to give up on the idea of joining forces with Lakshan. Instead, she rode her horse out. She had no idea how many enemies there were outside, and in the darkness, she could not determine the enemy's strength. The only thing she could do was try her luck and charge in all directions. Chase! The Tatar division commander, he saw that the enemy was about to escape, and he immediately led his 8,000 troops to give chase. At that moment, the bugle call for all troops to charge sounded out, and at the foot of Sihon Mountain, battle cries rang out everywhere. This was not a fair battle. Be it in terms of numbers or morale, before the battle even started, the Tatar cavalrymen were already in a passive position. Compared to the Tatar army that was like a headless fly, there were enemies everywhere, and they did not know when an arrow would land on them. As there were simply too many enemies, in order not to become a target, they even extinguished their torches. This caused many of them to run straight to the mercenaries and be killed or captured. The chaos on the battlefield lasted from night till dawn, and the mercenaries and the Mongol tribesmen killed and captured until dawn. Close to 20,000 Tatar troops were wiped out in one night, and in the end, only Hubo, Murin, and a few hundred others managed to escape. Even Hu Lin was killed by arrows. The North Ming Xian Mansion's commander-in-chief, who was also the commander-in-chief, Shi Wanlin, and the deputy commander-in-chief, who was also the commander-in-chief, Ning Wenfeng, used the excuse of returning to Lu City from Shi City as an excuse to pass by the battlefield and witness the end of the battle. They saw that the Tatar army lost 40,000 cavalrymen in just one night. Among them, 10,000 were killed and 30,000 were captured. The two of them remained silent. This kind of result was unimaginable. After having a direct understanding of the mercenaries' strength, they began to worry. If one day they were to become enemies with the mercenaries, would they be beaten like the Tatar cavalry without any strength to fight back? Compared to the 2 Baiming generals who were depressed, the 20,000 Mongol tribesmen were overjoyed. On this very night, they captured 10,000 enemies and seized countless war horses, swords, and spears. However, they had only paid the price of less than 500 casualties. Such a huge victory was hard to come by in 100 years, and at this moment, they were filled with admiration for the strength of the mercenaries. It also made many of them more determined to follow the Heavenly Khan. The new army captured 20,000 enemies, and 2,000 died in the battle, and 3,000 were injured. This was mainly because they were heavily injured in the Battle of Xianshi Slope. However, this loss was nothing compared to what they had gained. Not long after, when the results of the battle reached Shi City, the entire city cheered and shouted, "Long live the Heavenly Khan," as they walked on the streets to celebrate. Inside the Yang mansion, compared to the silence outside, it was unusually quiet. Considering that the 6th young master had too many important matters to consider, the commoners within 2 miles of the Yang mansion were all cleared to create a quiet environment for him. Of course, because of this, his safety was much more guaranteed. Yang Qindong sat in the courtyard, and in front of him was the latest battle report. His right hand gently placed the report on the stone table, and Yang Qindong stood up and tidied his clothes. He knew that it was time for the final battle with the Tatar cavalry. Since the establishment of Shi City, it was first Agar Dorji from the Tatar tribe who brought 50,000 soldiers to find trouble with him, and then Hubo, who brought 50,000 soldiers to find trouble with him. Now that they had all been defeated, Tuabuhua had finally appeared. He had brought 80,000 soldiers, and in the first battle, he had killed 40,000 enemies. It must be very painful for him. I'm a good person, and I like to do good deeds. Let me end your pain. Yang Chendong smiled and walked out of the Yang family manor. On a huge plain north of Saihan, the mercenaries and the Tatar cavalry finally met. Yang Chendong, the heavenly Khan, and Tuata'abahua officially met here. When a king meets a king must die. In just one night, half of the soldiers had been lost. When the news reached Tuata'abahua's ears, his usually calm face revealed a trace of shock. Soon after, Hubo and Mu Run, who had escaped, were brought to his main tent. Tuata'abahua's figure wasn't very tall. He was only 173 meters tall, and his weight of 120 kilograms made him look even less burly. However, it was this person who had unified the Tatar tribe and became their Khan. Once upon a time, Tuata'abahua had caused many people to not be able to eat or sleep well. He had also caused many people to fear and hate him, including the great Ming dynasty and the Walla's leader, Yesen. But now, he had been beaten to such a state. He was not willing to accept this. After hearing Hubo-Er's report, Tuata'abahua stretched out his right hand and pointed at the trembling Hubo-Er. Then, his finger moved and landed on Murun. A defeated general must be punished. Otherwise, how could he lead the army? Men, drag him out and behead him in public. He'll be sacrificed to the army. Great Khan, no. I'm willing to be the leader of the suicide squad. I only ask that you give me a chance. General Hu, save me, save me. Amidst the shouts, the Mu Run was dragged out of the main tent. Hubo-Er was left trembling. He knew that, just now, the Khan had revealed his intention to kill him. He had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Chapter 887. Do you know what to do next? Tuata'abahua pointed at Hubo-Er again. I know. I am willing to be the leader of the suicide squad. I only hope that Great Khan will give me a chance to die like a brave warrior. Hubo-Er raised his head as tears welled up in his eyes. Good. I will give you a chance. General Monk, you and Hubo-Er will be in charge of the left and right armies. This Khan will be in charge of the middle army. Let's work together and fight to the death with this great Ming brat. If we win, the glory of our Tatar tribe will be reborn. If we lose, then let us turn into a pile of yellow soil and be buried here forever. Yes, another burly man in armor in the main tent responded, and then half knelt on the ground. Right now, Tuata'abahua still had 30,000 elite Tatar cavalry and 10,000 ordinary cavalry. In terms of numbers, the mercenaries had 50,000, including 20,000 from the Mongol tribe. The difference in numbers was 10,000. However, Tuata'abahua was leading the most elite Tatar cavalry. On the battlefield, they could take on 3, 5, or even more. Just from this point alone, they still had a chance of victory. At this point, Tuata'abahua did not want to retreat anymore. With 40,000 cavalry, he could go to other places and become a king. However, the humiliation that the mercenaries had brought them had to be washed away. Otherwise, even if he died, he would not be able to rest in peace. Both sides had close to 100,000 cavalry in total. From afar, tents were next to tents, and war horses were next to war horses. Everyone seemed to know that this was a battle to the death. No one held any hope. Just like that, blade against blade, spear against spear, they laid out their chariots and horses. There was no discussion, but they all made the same decision to fight to the death the next day. Within the main tent of the mercenaries, Yang Chendong was holding a meeting with all the generals. This meeting was different from the previous ones. There was not even a sand table in front of them, nor were there any battle plans. At the start of the meeting, as the leader, Yang Chendong had already set the tone. There's no need for any strategy in this battle. Tuata'abahua won't use any tricks, nor will he divide his forces to create an opportunity for us. Some of them are just war horses charging head-on. Some of them are just to see whose bones are harder and whose saber is sharper. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Not at all. All the officers replied in unison, their voices echoing throughout the main tent. All right. Yang Qindong looked at everyone with an encouraging gaze. Then he pointed at Su He and said, Division Commander Su, I'll let you introduce the 30,000 elite cavalry under Taachuo Buwa. Yes. Su He stood up and saluted Yang Qindong and the other officers. As a former member of the Tatar cavalry, he was very familiar with the situation of this cavalry. Comrades, there are only 40,000 cavalry left. 10,000 of them are ordinary cavalry. There is no need to worry about them. I believe that any of our troops can defeat them. Hee. Hearing such confident words, the officers present all had smiles on their faces. Even the small leaders of the Mongol tribes in the north of the Gobi Desert laughed along. Although their combat strength was average, they had the advantage in numbers. As the saying goes, a random fist can kill a master. Who were they afraid of? While the officers were laughing, Suhi's face became serious. However, the 30,000 elite cavalry cannot be underestimated. Tuatha Buhua spent a lot of effort to create them. Although they may not have been through hundreds of battles, they are veterans who have been through dozens of battles. They have rich combat experience and will not retreat without orders. Even if their formation is attacked, they will rely on a small number of people to deal with the enemy until the end of the battle or until all of them die. At this point, Suhi seemed to see the disdain on the faces of the officers present. He continued in a deep voice, You may not know this, but Agadorji was bewitched by Yesen and surrounded Tabuhua with him. At that time, he only had 5,000 cavalry with him. However, with these 5,000 cavalry, he was able to break out of the encirclement. Do you know how many cavalrymen he faced at that time? There were a total of 100,000 of them, but they still left as if there was no one around. Hiss! The sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. 5,000 cavalrymen were able to break out of the encirclement of 100,000 people. This was an incredible achievement. Division Commander Su, have you fought with them before? The commander of the new army, Tiger Mane, asked. He firmly believed that seeing was believing. If this was just hearsay, it was not enough to believe. Commander Tiger, I'm ashamed to say this, but I have fought with them before. At that time, I led 10,000 cavalrymen and was on the outside of the encirclement. However, when the 5,000 cavalrymen rushed out, I sent some soldiers to stop them. After a chaotic battle, they managed to escape. After the battle, we lost 1,300 cavalrymen, while they only left behind a few dozen corpses. At this point, Suhi couldn't help but lower his head. This achievement was one of the biggest defeats in his life. It was obvious that he really didn't want to talk about it. However, at this moment, no one looked down on Suhi. Instead, everyone fell into silence. The atmosphere in the tent was very oppressive. The strength of these 30,000 elite cavalry was beyond everyone's imagination. For a moment, everyone was at a loss of what to do. Even some of the leaders of the North Desert unknowingly showed fear on their faces. They were probably thinking of retreating at this moment. The morale of the generals quickly fell at this moment. Sui's voice continued to sound. These cavalrymen are completely different from ordinary cavalrymen. They hold a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. They rely on their superb horse skills to maintain their balance on the battlefield. The sword is a Mongolian scimitar. In close combat, it is more in line with the principles of mechanics. It doesn't need the soldier's own strength. Just the charge of the horse is enough to easily cut off the enemy's head. This saves a lot of energy in the process. The shield can be used to block the enemy's sword. This way, they can better protect themselves. It is this combination of a sword and a shield that allows them to have the strongest spear and the strongest shield at the same time. Often when you're fighting for your life, when you slash with your sword, the shield will block it. If you don't react fast enough, the enemy's scimitar will chop your neck. At that time, because I didn't understand this point, the cavalrymen under my command suffered a great loss. Even the dozens of cavalrymen who were able to kill the enemy were only able to achieve a small result because of the crowd. After explaining everything he knew and understood, Suhi saluted Yang Qindong and returned to the group. Then, Everyone's gaze fell on Yang Chendong. In many of their hearts, this was the god of war. This was the 100 victories general. The battles under his command would never fail. When everyone's gaze fell on him, Yang Chendong's originally calm face revealed a trace of a smile. Ha! The strongest shield and the strongest spear. Interesting, but I don't know how strong their shields will be when they are faced with muskets. Ha ha ha! With just a few words, the atmosphere in the main tent instantly relaxed. That's right, no matter how strong you are, when facing the muskets and cannons, can you really be invulnerable? Everyone laughed, and the original atmosphere was no longer that oppressive. Yang Chendong timely stretched out his hand and pressed it down. For a moment, the tent became quiet again. We have muskets and powerful cannons, but I don't think these are the treasures that can defeat all opponents. If we want to become the strongest cavalrymen in the world, then we are destined to gather the strengths of others and the strengths of others. We must learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses. In the end, we will become the invincible and undefeatable cavalry of the prairie. The 30,000 elite cavalrymen of the Tatar Empire may be very strong, but in my opinion, they are more like a whetstone blade that sharpens us. Let's put it this way. I am preparing to build another division. This division will be called the 1st Cavalry Division. It will have 3 regiments, each with 5 battalions, a total of 6,000 men. This division commander, 3 regimental commanders, and 15 battalion commanders will not be appointed based on seniority or nationality. It will all be based on personal strength. It will all be based on personal bravery and merit. Their treatment is far better than the other units. It is the same as the current Coal Vanguard unit, or even better. Let's put it this way. To be able to enter this division, one's whole family will ascend to heaven. When a Han rider enters the division, a hero's plate will be hung high in the family, and it will be respected by the world. When a foreign rider enters the division, he will be registered as a Han citizen. From a soldier to an officer, he will be able to bring one of his family members to be registered as a Han citizen. If he is promoted, he will be able to bring his whole family to be registered as a Han citizen. Before Yang Chendong could finish his words, the entire main tent was already bustling with noise and excitement. Anyone who had been to the first city would know the importance of being registered as a Han citizen. In the past, this people who were regarded as herbivores and were called weak and bullied had a high status that people could only envy and look up to. As long as one was a Han citizen, whether it was dividing land, paying taxes, or buying things, they had a lot of privileges. Even the rule in the first city that outsiders had to live in for 5 years to be qualified to own a local house was reduced to 3 years when it fell on the Han citizens. This was only one of the embodiments. There were many other benefits that could not be described in detail. Let's put it this way. As long as you were a Han citizen, you were born to be superior to others. Even if you went to work, your salary would be 1.5 times, or even more than 2 times that of other ethnic groups. Not to mention getting a job in the city. Whether a Han citizen wanted to be an official or join the army, the conditions would be much lower. Because of this, the Han people became a high and mighty existence. In order to be on good terms with them, countless young Mongolian girls in the city vowed to only marry Han men so that their next generation could live better. Chapter 888. There were many benefits to being a Han person, and everyone had a deep understanding of it. Fortunately, the Han people did not have the habit of bullying other races, or rather, they did not have the time to develop this habit. Although the other races were somewhat dissatisfied, they could not find a reason to express it. However, it was undeniable that they also yearned to become Han people in their hearts. It was just that there was no opportunity to obtain this power. For example, one of the higher-ups in the army, the Tatar division commander Su He, was still a Tatar. Even such a general could not become a Han person, let alone others. This matter of promotion could only be an idea. But now, Yang Chendong formally raised this issue in front of everyone and gave the corresponding conditions. As long as they could meet these conditions, they would be promoted. This made everyone see hope. Some of the small tribal leaders who originally wanted to retreat were also moved because of this. They clenched their fists tightly and had an appearance of wanting to perform well. Everyone's morale was completely stimulated by Yang Chendong's words. The conditions are there. If you can kill 3 Tatar elite cavalry, you can join the 1st Cavalry Division. If you kill 4 people, you will be a squad leader. If you kill 5 people, you will be a deputy platoon leader. If you kill 6 people, you'll be a platoon leader, and so on. In short, the opportunity is in front of everyone. How to fight for it is up to everyone. Of course, if you're not the opponent of these elite cavalry, then retreat. I will use guns and cannons to solve everything in the end. Where to go? Everyone can choose. At the end of the meeting, Yang Chendong gave everyone a reassurance that the 30,000 Tatar elite cavalry, who were invincible in the eyes of others, were not in his eyes. The reason why he did not use guns and cannons was because he wanted to use them as a whetstone to hone the combat power of the cavalry. With such a guarantee, how could everyone be afraid? A war was destined to not be lost. What was important was the performance of the battle process. The Han soldiers were thinking about how cool it would be to hang a hero's plate in their house. The grassland people were thinking about how their descendants would benefit from this action of theirs if it could be done. At this moment, no one was against the war in front of them, and no one showed any signs of fear. In fact, they didn't even want guns and cannons to appear on the battlefield because they only had one thing in mind, and that was how they could perform well in this battle and successfully join the 1st Cavalry Division, so that they could bring glory to their ancestors and be respected by the future generations. Under Yang Chendong's intention, the contents of the meeting were quickly spread out. Then the entire camp was in an uproar. Other than the fierce Tiger Regiment, all the other soldiers were tempted. Regardless of whether they were Han soldiers or foreign soldiers, they all had a goal in their hearts, and that was to perform better on the battlefield tomorrow. At daybreak, many soldiers got out of bed without being reminded. Then they began to sharpen their sabers, wash their horses, check their stirrups, and other things. All of them were ready to do their best and perform well. The sky slowly brightened, and the cooks began to cook. The aroma began to spread in the camp. But at this moment, no matter how delicious the food was, it seemed to give everyone a sense of dullness. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the enemy camp 10 li away, and killing intent filled the sky. In the Tatar camp, Tawachu Obuhua also began to raise the tent after breakfast. 10,000 ordinary cavalry became logisticians, responsible for the army's food supply and other matters. The 30,000 elite cavalry divided into 3 different directions and began to move towards the mercenary camp. With these 30,000 invincible elite cavalry, Tawachu Obuhua was confident that he could defeat any opponent. Reality would also prove that the Tatar elite cavalry was undefeatable and undefeatable, the strongest cavalry in the world. According to the previous arrangement, Hu Boer would be on the left, Monk on the right, and he would personally lead 10,000 elite cavalry in the middle. As long as the 3 of them moved together, they would be able to break through the formation of the mercenaries and finally kill their way to that ignorant brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. At that time, they would use the Mongolian curved horses to teach Yang Chendong how to behave and tell him who was the strongest in the Central Plains. With the invincible elite cavalry of this era, Tawachu Obuhua was not afraid of any schemes from the mercenaries. He believed that in front of absolute strength, nothing could stop them from advancing. In the past, Yasen of the Wara Empire could not do it, and now, Yang Chendong could not do it either. With great ambition, the 30,000 elite Tatar cavalry set out. After advancing for 5 li, 6 li, 7 li, the mercenary camp did not move at all, and a look of disdain flashed across Tawachu Obuhua's eyes. He did not know what kind of game the enemy was playing, but he knew that when there was only 3 li left, his elite cavalry would be able to charge over. At that time, no one would be able to stop them. Pass down the order, prepare to attack. The arrogant Tawachu Obuhua sat on his horse and gave the order to the flag bearer. Boom, boom, boom. However, Without waiting for the command flag to issue the order, 3 ear-splitting sounds of cannons rang out. The cannons landed about 200 meters in front of Tuahua's left, middle, and right troops. The loud rumbling sound caused the elite cavalry to cry out in disarray. Even animals were afraid of fire and loud explosions, and war horses were even more so. Reality had proven that even the most well-trained war horses would lose control in front of the cannons. The 3 cannons completely wiped away the confidence on Tuahua's face. For the first time, fear appeared in his heart. How much of his 30,000 elite cavalry would be able to fight against the mercenaries with such advanced weapons? Just as he was thinking, a rider came from the distance. It was the new commander of the army, Tiger's Mane. His epaulets sparkled under the sunlight as he shouted, "Our heavenly Khan feels that Tuahua is a hero and is willing to meet you with weapons in the spirit of mutual appreciation. This time, the enemy can only send out 2,000 cavalry to fight, regardless of life or death. This is the condition that our heavenly Khan has proposed. We are both using cavalry. This is already the greatest respect to Tuahua Khan. I also hope that you can abide by the rules. Otherwise, the artillery just now is just an appetizer. Soon, this area will be covered by artillery. At that time, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen. You can choose where you want to go or what you want to do." Hiya! Yang Qindong was the only one who could send a military commander as a messenger. After completing the mission, Tiger's Mane rode back to the barracks and came in front of Yang Qindong. "Young master, I've finished." "I heard." Yang Qindong nodded. "Young master, can I participate in the next battle?" Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hu Meng tried to sound Yi Fuqian out. "No," he replied firmly. Then he said that you and the deputy commander can't participate in the battle. Other than that, the others can do as they wish. Tiger's Mane was the person he trusted the most. He could not lose him. Although the name of the 1st Cavalry Division was dazzling and attractive, Tiger's Mane was already the commander of the new army. There was no need for him to take this path. As for Tuahua, although his horsemanship was not bad, it was only not bad. In a real battle, anything could happen. It was too much of a waste to send such a wise commander to the front lines. If something happened to him, it would be too late for regrets. This was an absolute order. Even though Hu Meng wanted to perform well and prove that his horsemanship had improved greatly during this period of time, since it was the 6th young master who had ordered him to do so, he naturally wouldn't disobey. He could only agree and leave. In front of the elite Tatar cavalry, Tuahua called Hubo and Monk over to discuss military matters. "Now that you know the situation, tell me what to do." Originally, Tuahua was full of confidence and wanted to crush the mercenaries. However, before the battle even began, their morale had already taken a huge hit. Now, Tuahua felt a heavy pressure in his heart that made it hard for him to breathe. The mercenaries' cannons, are too powerful. If those 3 cannons landed in our army, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hubo did not express his opinion first. Instead, he spoke in a tactful manner. When he said this, the 3 of them were speechless. After a short while, Monk spoke up. "So be it. With our elite cavalry strength, I don't believe that we can't take care of them. As time goes on, we will kill more and more people. At that time, we will still be able to obtain victory." This meant that he had agreed to the other party's request. Although Tuahua did not want to. The mercenaries had powerful cannons. Unless he retreated now, he could only follow the other party's plan. "All right, then let's do it. We will use our true strength to show them how strong our elite Tatar cavalry is and how undefeatable we are." Tuahua wanted to defeat Yang Qindong. The first city behind him was too prosperous and was built on the grasslands. It was like a tree without roots. This was a base that he urgently needed. As long as he took down this place, it would not be long before he could repeat the glory of the Tatar tribe. This huge temptation made him unable to retreat. He could only play according to Yang Qindong's rules. The Tatar army agreed and sent out the first group of 2,000 cavalry. This group of cavalry was personally led by Monk. Clearly, they wanted to win the lottery. Facing the 2,000 elite cavalry sent out by the Tatar army, the mercenaries also sent out 2,000 cavalry from the north of the desert. It was clear that the promotion last night had moved many people. There were many small leaders who volunteered to fight. Perhaps they were worried that if they did not take the initiative in the beginning, they would not have the chance to do so in the future. Chapter 889. Tell the cavalry warriors that as long as they kill 3 people, they can retreat. Of course, if you still have the ability, you can choose to kill more people. There will be different military merits waiting for you. We have people on the side watching and recording. Of course, if you feel that you can't win, you can retreat. You won't be charged with desertion. In front of the first echelon of 2,000 foreign tribe cavalry and tens of thousands of soldiers, Yang Qindong made such a solemn promise. He was now the heavenly Khan. Every word he said was no less than an imperial edict. The reason why he made such a concession was because he was worried that the Tatar elite cavalry was too powerful and would scare these warriors. In the end, no one dared to fight, and that would be a joke. With such a promise, they could retreat if they killed 3 people. If they couldn't win, they could retreat. Just based on these 2 points, those who didn't dare to try before were moved. What if they were lucky? 2,000 tribal allied army set out. They stood face to face with the Tatar elite cavalry. There was only a distance of 1 li between the 2 sides. This was the time for the cavalry to display their greatest strength. Compared to the 2,000 tribal allied army cavalry, the 2,000 Tatar elite cavalry seemed to be more uniform and orderly. They were dressed in winter clothes, with their left hands holding scimitars and their right holding shields. Their faces were masked, and their heads were covered with black headscarves, revealing only their eyes. They also wore long black cloaks and warhu riding boots with daggers attached to them. They all carried large bows on their backs. Just by looking at them, they gave off an extremely fierce feeling. 4,000 people looked at each other. 8,000 eyes looked at each other. With a loud shout, both sides launched their most powerful charge. 4,000 cavalry warriors clashed in the blink of an eye. Then came the clash between the scimitar and the scimitar, the clash between the scimitar and the shield, the friction between the scimitar and the air, and the cutting of flesh and blood. The men borrowed the power of the horse, and the scimitar borrowed the power of the wind. Raising the scimitar, descending, chopping, dodging, or falling off the horse. The cruel side of the battle was constantly displayed on the battlefield. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. This was destined to be a bloody battle that would be written into history. Ding, ding, dang, dang. This battle lasted for an hour. Following that, more and more cavalrymen from the northern desert tribes fled. The number of people on the battlefield was constantly decreasing. After another hour, the battlefield became quiet again. The elite Tatar cavalry had won. The Mongolian coalition army of the Gobi Desert sent out 2,000 men, but about 500 men escaped. Among them, the best one killed 2 men, but because there was no one by his side and he was in danger of being surrounded by several elite riders, he had no choice but to retreat. Not a single qualified soldier was selected in the first battle. This was a heavy blow to the morale of the entire mercenary army. On the other hand, the Tatar elite cavalry had killed 1,500 enemies and only lost less than 50 riders. This kind of 1:30 casualty ratio made the soldiers cheer unceasingly, their morale greatly boosted. Treat the injured warriors and arrange for the second batch of soldiers to take over. Yang Qindong sat on a large chair, surrounded by his black knights. Seeing the complete defeat of the first battle, he did not show the slightest anger or disappointment. Everything was within his expectations. If there was anything unexpected, it would be that the performance of the elite Tatar cavalry was stronger than he expected. However, this was even better. Since he wanted to create the first cavalry division and create the strongest cavalry in the world, the sharper the whetstone, the better. After the order was given, the second batch of 2,000 cavalrymen charged out. Although the failure of the first battle was a severe blow to their morale, they also learned some experience at the same time. For example, if they found that there were too many retreating cavalrymen, there was no need for the rest of them to fight hard. Otherwise, they would only be surrounded by the cavalrymen, and there was no other choice but to die. After the first experience, the second batch of soldiers charged out closer. They tried their best to be under the protection of their comrades. This way, they could face the enemy without worrying about being attacked from the front and back. After the first experience, Tuatawabawa did not send any generals to lead the troops. Against these average Mongolian cavalrymen, there was no need to send any generals. They could also heavily injure the enemy. In the first battle, they had killed 1,500 enemies. If this continued, it would not be long before the enemy ran out of soldiers to send. Thinking about that, Tuatawabawa had an urge to laugh out loud. Heaven Khan, do you think that I am afraid of you just because you outnumber me? Then I will let you see how wrong your decision is. The second battle began. Compared to the first battle, it was much more intense. It was obvious that everyone had used all their strength and did not hold back. This was a real battle, a bloody battle. It was either you die or I die. Any carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Everyone only had one life. If anyone did not use all their strength, they would be facing death. The battle continued for an hour. During this time, hundreds of Alliance Army cavalrymen had retreated. Perhaps they felt that they were not strong enough and that if they continued to fight, they would only die. Or perhaps they were injured and could not fight anymore. Either way, the situation on the battlefield was worrying. On the entire battlefield, there were less than 300 Alliance Army cavalrymen. Looking at the Tatar elite cavalry, only a few dozen had died. There were not many casualties. Kill, continue to kill. I still need one more person to join the army. In the battle, a very young Mongol cavalryman was still waving his blade. He blocked left and right and solved another crisis. His name was Huhelu. He was a young man from a small Mongol tribe. Like most Mongols, Huhelu grew up on horseback, and this allowed him to train his skills on horseback quite well. However, his best skill was still the knife-cutting technique. It was said that it was taught by a veteran soldier who passed by their tribe to recuperate. In order to learn this skill, Huhelu secretly killed a fat sheep in his family and gave it to the other party. Then, when the other party left, his horse skills had improved greatly. This time, he had signed up for the battlefield because he wanted to bring the book with him. When Huhelu was shopping in the first city, he accidentally saw the performance of the female soldiers of the first city's publicity team. The youngin was quickly attracted by those beautiful girls. As a result, he had the first dream in his life, which was to marry a female soldier of the publicity team. This seemed to be a very honorable thing. Huhelu was considered handsome, which was also where his confidence came from. However, when he inquired about the female soldiers of the propaganda team, he discovered a fatal problem. There was a prerequisite for these female soldiers to choose a husband, and that was that the other party had to be of Han nationality. Only then could their status be considered equal. When he heard this, Huhelu was naturally very unhappy. Compared to the Han people, he was not inferior. He was willing to work hard and was good-looking. He could rely on his own two hands to obtain a happy and wealthy living environment. Of course, although he was angry, Huhelu had to admit that at least in the first city, the status of the Han people was extremely high. It was far from what a person from a small tribe like him could compare to. Therefore, from then on, he had an idea in his heart, which was to find a way to become a Han person and become a member of this powerful nation. At that time, he would definitely marry the most beautiful female soldier and fulfill his dream. However, how difficult was it to choose a new nationality? He had never heard of such a precedent. Until last night, there was suddenly a piece of news that as long as one could kill 3 enemies on the battlefield, he could choose to become a Han person. If one could kill 4 enemies, he could bring one more person to become a Han person. A great thing fell from the sky. Huhelu felt that the blood in his body seemed to be burning at this moment. He knew that the long-awaited opportunity had come, so he had to seize it. The realization of one's dream always needed to be fought. The opportunity was right in front of him, and Helu did not want to let it go. Facing the powerful elite Tatar cavalry, he used all his skills. Not long after the battle started, he took advantage of the chaos and chopped off the head of an enemy cavalry. Then, in the middle of the battlefield, he stabbed his saber into the chest of an enemy. After killing 2 people in a row, the target was right in front of him. Helu saw hope. However, the surrounding environment also became vile. He still had about 300 companions around him, and some of them were constantly retreating. The number of enemies was increasing more and more. Wanting to kill one enemy in this kind of environment was easier said than done. Right now, Helu could choose to immediately retreat. This way, he could protect his own safety. After all, the mercenary camp was half a league behind him. As long as he retreated there, the Tatar cavalry would not dare to pursue him. There were more than 3,000 muskets of the ferocious Tiger Regiment placed there. They could take his life at any time. But if he did that, his dream would be shattered. This was something he could not accept. Therefore, he only had one choice left, and that was to continue killing the enemy. Even if he only killed one person, he would be able to become a Han person. Everything in the future would become bright. It was too late to say, but all these thoughts were formed in an instant. At this moment, Helu's eyes revealed a wolf-like light. At this moment, he was determined to kill one more enemy. It was also at this time that 2 elite Tatar cavalry appeared in his field of vision. They discovered him and rushed towards him. Looking around, Helu did not see any other enemy cavalry within 3 zhang of him. He knew that this was his chance. Even though there were 2 riders approaching, he was still fearless and charged head-on. Borrowing the momentum of the horse, Helu's feet left the stirrups. A bold idea quickly formed in his mind. If he wanted to avoid the enemy's saber, then he had to abandon his horse. Otherwise, even if he could kill the enemy, he would be killed by the enemy. Chapter 890. On the battlefield, leaving one's horse was a very dangerous thing to do. If he didn't handle it well, he wouldn't know where the blade would come from in his life. But at this time, in order to fulfill his dream, he couldn't care less. The 2 enemy riders were getting closer and closer. Helu could already see the murderous eyes behind the black cloth. But at this time, Helu suddenly jumped into the air. Then he turned around and slashed at the back of the head of the unprepared elite Tatar rider. The pincer attack of the 2 elite Tatar riders was blocked because of Helu's sudden jump. Not only that, but the back of the head of one of the elite Tatar riders was cut. The sharp blade fell, and half of the head was chopped off. Blood flowed out, and the elite Tatar rider fell from his horse. Half of his head fell to the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Finally, he killed another person. Helu had completed the mission of killing 3 enemies. Naturally, he was extremely excited in his heart. However, before he could cheer, he had already fallen from mid-air. Unfortunately, he sprained his ankle, and a heart-wrenching pain drilled into his body from his ankle. With his foot sprained, he could no longer stand. At this time, the elite Tatar riders on the other side had already moved their horses and rushed towards him. On one side was a person who borrowed the momentum of the horse to rush forward. On the other side was an injured soldier who was half kneeling on the ground. The result was self-evident. This scene also deeply attracted the attention of the scouts who were observing the battlefield. They were ordered by Yang Qindong to observe the results of the battle. In order to be able to see everything more clearly, they didn't want to lose any military merit. Hundreds of people had binoculars. Just now, Helu's performance was seen by several people. Seeing that the first warrior who killed 3 enemies had finally appeared, they didn't have time to cheer. Seeing that this person was about to be in danger, everyone held their breath and held their breath. Half kneeling on the ground, Helu saw the killing move in front of him. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly dashed forward and rushed under the war horse of the elite Tatar cavalry. He then brandished his saber and chopped off the rear hooves of the war horse. The war horse that was galloping at high speed also fell to the ground with a plop. The elite Tatar cavalry also fell to the ground together with it. It was a very disgraceful scene of a dog eating feces. After chopping off the warhorse's hind leg, Huhelu did not stop there. Instead, he turned around and crawled forward. In less than 2 breaths, he arrived behind the Tatar elite cavalry that was in a state of confusion. Then he abruptly plunged his saber down and ended the life of another enemy. After killing 4 people in a row, not only would he be promoted, but he would also be able to bring a family member with him. The excited Huhelu seemed to have regained some strength in his body. He placed his left hand beside his mouth and whistled sharply. The horse in the distance heard the sound and came over. He then jumped onto the horse and turned around to head back to the mercenary base camp. Catch him! Seeing that someone had killed 2 of their companions, the 4 elite Tatar riders showed anger and rushed over. They would never allow such a warrior to escape. It was an insult to them. Shoot! As for Huhelu, he endured the pain coming from his foot and tried his best to rush back. Finally, he was 300 meters away from the mercenary camp. 4 gunshots rang out and hit the feet of the 4 elite Tatar cavalry who wanted to rush over. The 4 gunshots caused the horses to neigh and also caused the 4 elite Tatar riders to curse. But in the face of thousands of black muzzles, they didn't dare to cross the line. They cursed all the way back. Huhelu rushed out of the king of Hell's palace. A few scouts immediately came forward to lead the horses. The medics who had been waiting for a long time also came forward to check the injuries. Another scout in charge of registration ran to Yang Qindong and saluted. 6th young master, this person killed 4 enemies and returned safely. Oh! In the midst of the silence, cheers suddenly rang out. Finally, someone had passed the test. While everyone was celebrating for him, they were also cheering for themselves. Since one person could do it, there would be a second person who could do it. Good. Yang Qindong patted the back of the chair and stood up. When he noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he took the information in his hand and looked at it. He then announced loudly, Huhelu killed 4 elite Tatar riders on the battlefield. His military service is outstanding, and he is the first soldier of the 1st Cavalry Division. He will be promoted, and from now on, he is a member of the Han. At the same time, he has the right to promote a family member. Everyone congratulate him. After speaking, Yang Qindong took the lead and clapped his hands. The applause immediately became continuous. Many excited Mongol soldiers from the Gobi Desert shouted, "Long live the Heavenly Khan! Long live the Heavenly Khan!" Suddenly, the cheers came one after another. Huhelu, who was supported to stand up, also had tears of excitement in his eyes. He finally achieved his dream. At this moment, he felt that his feet didn't hurt anymore. When the cheers came out, it attracted the attention of the Tatar army. They didn't understand. The other side lost again. What was there to cheer about? Could it be that more of them had escaped from this battle? Looking at the battle report, killing 1,300 enemies and losing 54 cavalry, Ta shook his head. Then he said with certainty, "While there is still time, continue to send people to fight. This Khan wants to see how long they can last." The 3rd battle soon began. Compared to the previous battle, the Mongol soldiers from the Gobi Desert were sent out this time. However, their morale was much higher. This battle lasted until dusk. And in this battle, there were 2 more brave warriors who managed to kill 3 enemies. Yang Qindong also promoted them in front of everyone and announced that they would join the world's 1st Cavalry Division that would be established soon, becoming glorious warriors. 3 battles in a day. The first battle took 4 hours. The second battle took slightly more than 4 hours. The third battle took almost 4 hours. They killed more than 100 enemies and lost more than 3,000 men. Just from this point alone, the mercenaries were the ones who lost. However, for some reason, the mercenaries' morale didn't drop. Instead, it rose. Other than those who had lost the battle and were seriously injured, the others were filled with energy. They wanted to perform well on the battlefield. In the headquarters of the new division, Commander Tiger Mane and Deputy Commander Shibi had just finished patrolling the troops and made arrangements for the night watch. They went back to their tent to wash their faces and prepare to sleep. After wiping his face with a towel, Commander Tiger Mane couldn't help but sigh. He said, "Today's losses are quite big." Hee. Shibi, who was at the side, chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Shibi's laughter made Tiger Mane feel a little confused. "Nothing. I just want to ask Commander if you are worried that we can't bear the losses. Also, when it's our new army's turn, will we suffer the same loss?" "That's right. Is this not worth worrying about? You saw it today. The elite Tatar cavalry is indeed fierce. They're very good at horse riding, and their individual qualities are also very high. They also know how to cooperate in battle. To be honest, if the same number of troops were to fight them head-on, I'm afraid that other than the heavy cavalry regiment, no other troops would have an advantage. Shouldn't this be worrying?" Facing Tiger Mane's question, Shibi nodded with a serious expression. But then he shook his head. "Commander, don't worry. Although the elite Tatar cavalry is strong, the soldiers of our new division are not to be trifled with. If we really fight, we won't be at a disadvantage by relying on our arrow point formation and the 3x3 formation. Besides, the 6th young master isn't worried. What do we have to worry about? From a certain point of view, this is indeed a way to improve our fighting strength. As long as they are not killed, even if they escape, they will gain a lot of fighting experience. Besides, didn't the 6th young master say that during the meeting at night, those who escape will be given a chance? As long as they have the courage, they will have the chance to fight again in the future. That way, the morale will not drop and the army will be easy to control. There is nothing to worry about." Tiger Mane understood what Shibi said, but what he didn't understand was why they had to fight with the most barbaric and primitive cold weapons when they clearly had guns and cannons. By doing so, they would inevitably lose some strength. Was it really worth it just to train the soldiers? Considering that the 6th young master had said more than once that Shibi was very smart, and most importantly, he could see the big picture. She could learn a lot by staying with him. Tiger Mane leaned in front of Shibi. "Deputy Commander, have you already seen through the mystery? Come, tell me." Looking at Tiger Mane's eager eyes, Shibi didn't dare to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Well, since Commander wants to know, then I will tell you. It's just a casual remark. If I'm wrong, please don't blame me." No, it's just the two of us here. Just treat it as a casual conversation and say whatever comes to mind." Tiger Mane waved his hand and sat down opposite Shibi with a smile. He even took the initiative to pour a cup of hot tea for Shibi. Shibi quickly got up and took the teacup. Then he gently put it down. After organizing his words, he said, "Commander, the 6th young master has talked more than once about the art of elite soldiers. In fact, I think it is very necessary. Think about it. If there are too many troops, it might seem very powerful, but the cost is also very high. Especially when we mercenaries are treated so well, the amount of money we need to spend every day is a large amount. Only the 6th young master has such strong financial resources. If it were other people, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to last a day." Chapter 891. Yes, it's true that we mercenaries can fight, and our morale is the strongest. However, when it comes to treatment, I can't deny that. Tiger's Mane nodded. This was also why he admired Yang Chendong. With money, he would not forget to give his brothers as much benefits as possible. This way, everyone would work harder in battle. This would form a virtuous cycle. Seeing Tiger's Mane nod in agreement, he continued, "However, it takes money to feed the army. Even if the 6th young master is rich now, once the scale of the army expands to a certain extent, the pressure will not be small. At this time, the combat power of the army will become the key. How to maintain the combat power of the army without increasing the number of people in the army will become a problem that the leaders have to consider." "Yes, go on." Tiger's Mane nodded. He agreed with this point of view. "That's why we have this practical training. Think about it. We chose the strongest elite Tatar cavalry this time. If we can even pass their test, then our current army will be a powerful one. Of course, there will definitely be casualties in the process. The 6th young master has already made arrangements for this. Now, there are more than 40,000 people in the logistics division. The mercenaries captured more than 20,000 enemies in the Battle of Sion Mountain. They will be our powerful backing. Once the new army suffers too many casualties, they will come in handy. Those people are reserve soldiers. Their treatment is not as good as the official mercenaries. In order to improve their treatment, they will have to perform well. The soldiers will figure this out themselves. We don't even need to do any work. We just need to watch everything from the sidelines and wait for the sixth young master to create an elite army for us. We could just pick up the ready-made ones. Not to mention, after this battle, it is equivalent to integrating the forces of the Mongolian tribes in the north of the Gobi Desert. Think about it. Those who died today are those people. However, no one forced them. Not only that, those small leaders also took the initiative to ask for battle. They were afraid that the sixth young master would not give them a chance. After this battle, what will happen? She smiled and looked at Tiger's Mane. When Tiger's Mane was asked this question, various results flashed through his mind. In the end, he said with certainty, in the end, either the real warriors among these people will join the 1st Cavalry Division, or they will be dead or injured and will not be a threat to us. Yes, that's the result. Without a single blade or spear, with the benefits of good treatment and promotion, the combat power of the Gobi Desert's Mongolian army was destroyed. From now on, the sixth young master will live up to his name. Khan, Commander, yes. When Tiger's Mane heard this analysis, he excitedly reached out his hand and slammed the table. He then looked at Shibi and said, "No wonder the young master asked me to talk to you more when I'm free. He said that you have a good view of the overall situation. It is true. Deputy Commander, if you see anything in the future, you can teach me. I will work hard to learn from you." "You are too serious, Commander. We can learn from each other," Shibi hurriedly said politely. He would not forget the identity of the person in front of him, even if he did not know anything and did things very ordinary. With his background as the servant of the sixth young master, he would have a bright future. As smart as Shibi was, he quickly saw through Yang Qindong's intention. Among the small leaders of the Mongolian tribes in the north of the Gobi Desert, there were some smart people. When they calmed down in the middle of the night, they also saw the problem. But what made them helpless was that the current situation was not something they could change. The temptation of becoming the 1st Cavalry Division was too great. Even if they wanted to lead the troops away now, they were afraid that none of their brothers would listen to them. Not only would their brothers not agree, but they also wanted to perform well and fight for a future. Speaking of which, they were the small leaders of the tribes, but they were only the leaders of a few hundred or 1,000 people. They were young and had some ability now, so the people in the tribe would listen to them. But what about the day when they grew old? Or what about the day when he was targeted and lost the battle and lost his power? It was hard to say whether they could secure the position of a tribe leader. In contrast, the position of a mercenary was really stable. They had specific and detailed rules. Even if you were old or injured on the battlefield and could no longer fight, you could still enjoy some good treatment. It was impossible to become a king or a tyrant with this, but it was not a problem for you to be content with being a wealthy citizen. Even these small leaders couldn't resist the temptation, let alone the ordinary cavalrymen. Most of them were young, driven, and had dreams. In the past, there was no platform for them to perform. Now that there was a platform for them to perform, who would not work hard and do their best? That night, many people were too excited to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the battle began again. Compared to yesterday, the Mongolian soldiers of Mo Bay performed better. Not only did they die less, but they also killed more enemies. In one day, they fought 3 battles. Compared to yesterday, only 3 people passed. Today, there were 23 people who passed the test. Among them, 4 of them killed 4 enemies and retreated safely. One by one, Yang Qindong sent the orders to the soldiers who were about to become the world's #1 cavalry division. This scene greatly stimulated everyone. Even the Mongol soldiers who had retreated from the battlefield requested to fight again, wanting to give it their all. Yang Qindong agreed to these people's requests. but he still decided to let everyone go through the first round before thinking about the second round. Otherwise, if all the training was used on the Mongolian soldiers of Mo Bay, the new soldiers would complain and say it was unfair. The battle continued. Unexpectedly, it lasted for a month. During that time, there were 2 heavy rains and 4 or 5 drizzles. But it did not stop the battle from continuing. At this moment, both the mercenaries and the Tatar army seemed to be exhausted. No one wanted to retreat. Everyone wanted to see who would be the first to give up. Maybe then, the winner would appear. In a month's time, all the warriors who could fight had fought several times. Some of the elite Tatar cavalry had fought more than 7 or 8 times. Their number had increased from 30,000 to 10,000, and many of them were injured. As for the mercenaries, their losses were not small. 30,000 of their 50,000 soldiers were killed or injured. This was because Yuan Heping had set up a hospital near the battlefield to ensure that the injured soldiers could receive good treatment and recover quickly as long as their injuries were not too serious. Of course, after a month, the results were very significant. The prototype of the world's number 1 cavalry division had been formed. More than 5,000 people had passed the assessment. The best performance was the Tatar division commander Su He and the old student Tian, who had studied in the Yang family academy. The 2 of them had killed 9 enemies at once. This was a record that no one else could break. So he could be considered a general. He used to be a member of the Tatar army. He was regarded as one of Agar Dorji's most trusted subordinates. After joining the mercenaries, his performance had been good. He was promoted from a commander to a division commander. He had killed his way through mountains of knives and seas of fire. His achievements were not surprising. Who was Tian Hu? In the past, he was not a well-known figure. It was even said that he had only started to train his equestrian skills recently. It had not even been half a year, but he had created such a record. It was no wonder that people had a whole new level of respect for him. But no one knew that before entering the Yang family academy, Tian Hu had the title of Double Blade King. He was the disciple of the previous generation's Double Blade King. His speed was very fast. No one knew where he put his second blade and when he would strike. It was not an exaggeration to say that he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Yang Shindong had once carefully observed how Tian Hu killed his enemies. The speed at which he struck with his saber was extremely fast. Often, when the 2 met, his opponent would not even have time to react before Tian Hu had already retracted his saber. When he met someone who was difficult to deal with, Tian Hu's second saber would strike at an even more tricky angle. It was precisely because of this speed and strangeness that he finally obtained the result of killing 9 people in one battle. Hence, Tian Hu is also known as the Double Saber Tian Hu. And this was not his limit. Once his equestrian skills reached a certain level, his ability would continue to improve. Other than these 2, there were many other people who performed well. For example, the Tatar division's 1st Battalion commander, Taimur. He killed 6 people in one battle. This tiger general, who had been subdued by Yang Shindong in Narcissus Town, had finally grown up. There was also Fan Yuhai's former confidant, Lu Duo, who had killed 6 elite Tatar cavalrymen in one battle. Lu Duo had followed Fan Yuhai for a long time and was even used as a trusted aide. In the decisive battle on the battlefield west of the Waterhorse River, Fan Yuhai was defeated and captured alive. Because Lu Duo was a talent, Yang Shindong kept him alive. This person had once thought of avenging Fan Yuhai. But when he truly integrated into the mercenary camp and was guided by Yang Shindong several times, his mentality underwent a huge change. After seeing the difference between his former master and the one he was about to serve, his heroic spirit was stimulated. With such a wise master, he always felt that if he could not make a name for himself, then he would be letting down his good skills. He immediately signed up to join the battle against the elite Tatar cavalry. Chapter 892. No matter what, Lu Duo was a captive general, not even a surrendered general. Whether he had the qualifications or not was finally reported to Yang Shindong. What was unexpected was that the 6th young master did not even think about it and directly approved it. In his words, Lu Duo was not a bad person, but he was affected by Fan Yuhai, which delayed his future. This kind of talent was naturally welcomed in the mercenary army. When these words reached Lu Duo's ears, he first burst into tears. Then, he took off his old battle suit and changed into the new military uniform that Yang Chendong had sent someone to deliver. He was using this method to formally bid farewell to his past. After that, he joined the battle with enthusiasm and hot-bloodedness. Not bad. He relied on his extraordinary combat strength to obtain the achievement of killing 6 enemies, becoming one of the most outstanding people. Other than that, most of the time he killed 5 or 4 people, and most of the time he killed 3 people. The elite Tatar cavalry was indeed the elite Tatar cavalry. Their fighting strength was valiant, and their individual qualities were strong. Even in a chaotic battle, they could maintain a good formation. If it was a one-on-one battle, even 50 to 60,000 Mongol soldiers would not be their opponent. It was even possible that the result would be a great defeat. More than 5,000 elites had been completely picked out. The rest were either injured or not strong enough. In this kind of situation, it was difficult to pick out any more elites. When all the information was placed in front of Yang Chendong, he first took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. At the same time, his right finger gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. Seeing this, Yang Lu hurriedly retreated. Those who knew Yang Chendong knew that whenever he did this, it was when he was thinking about something important. In the main tent of the Tatar army, after a month, Tua Tuo's face was no longer as arrogant as before. The aura of disdain on his body was also restrained. Although he had won every single one of the 100 battles he had fought, the lack of military strength was finally showing. He wasn't like Yang Chendong, who had 20,000 allies from the Mongol tribes and didn't have a logistics division with 40,000 troops as backup. He only had 30,000 elite cavalry, and after a month of fighting, he was starting to show signs of exhaustion. The remaining 10,000 elite cavalry were no longer as valiant as before due to the continuous battles over the past few days. Most of them were injured, and they could not even use 70% of their original strength. If this continued, it would not be long before they were completely annihilated. Although he did not want to admit it, it was the truth. It was not something that would not exist just because he did not want to admit it. Thinking about how he had come with great ambition and had lost so many soldiers, he looked coldly at Meng Ku and Hubo and said, "You too. Tell me, are we going to continue fighting? We can't. If we continue like this, we're going to lose everything. These mercenaries are just using us as whetstones to train their troops." Hubo was waiting for Tuaoto's words to finish as she spoke with a tearful tone. At the start, they had not seen through the intentions of the mercenaries. They had only thought that if they continued like this, the mercenaries would not have enough manpower. Even if they had reinforcements, after losing so many battles, their morale would be at an all-time low. As such, it was time for them to retaliate. Once an army lost their morale, even if they had advanced weapons like guns and cannons, they would not be able to display their full strength. As such, not only would they be able to defeat the mercenaries, but they would also be able to use these weapons for themselves. If that was the case, the Tatar cavalry would be able to quickly regain their former glory. This was also the reason why they continued to play along with Yang Chendong, even though they knew that such a battle wasn't suitable for the 30,000 elite cavalry who were used to charging with the whole army. However, later on, they discovered that some of the mercenaries were people that they had fought before, and these people would kill them whenever they had the chance. When the situation turned bad, they would retreat. Only then did they realize that these people were just using them as practice. In the later stages of the battle, they could even see some of the mercenaries holding swords and shields, and they looked quite decent. They were clearly imitating them. Reality proved that these people were not only doing this, but the results were also quite good. In the past, they could kill 1,500 enemies in a single battle. At the very least, they could kill 12-23 enemies. But now they could only kill a few hundred enemies in a single battle. Sometimes they could only kill 200 or 300 enemies. Then they would turn around and retreat. However, they would have to pay the price of over 100 people. The enemy was constantly getting stronger, while they were exhausted and did not have enough soldiers to exchange. Their battle strength was decreasing. Under this situation, they no longer had the upper hand. If they continued to fight, it would not be long before they would be the ones running away. Hubo no longer wanted to fight, and instead advocated for a retreat. Even Monk, who had always been fond of fighting, did not say anything. However, he did not take the initiative to fight, which made his decision clear. Seeing that his two subordinates did not want to continue fighting, Tawachuo Buhua could only sigh and say, "Then let's retreat. Let's do it this way. Let everyone pack up. We'll retreat in the middle of the night." This Yang Qindong is too cunning. If he finds out that we're retreating, I don't know what he'll do. Hubo had fought with Yang Qindong more than once, so she had some understanding of him. After hearing these words, she immediately nodded. Yes, the Great Khan is right. This person is extremely cunning. Even if we want to retreat, we cannot let them see it. Actually, the main reason he had summoned the two generals was to discuss the matter of retreating. He had suddenly decided to retreat tonight so that the news would not spread and the mercenaries would not have time to prepare. The two generals walked out of the Great Khan's tent and gave the order to prepare for the retreat. In addition to the 10,000 ordinary cavalry that had not been used, there were 20,000 men. There were also many injured elite cavalry, so they had to make preparations before retreating, such as packing their belongings. As soon as they moved, Su Yunsheng, who had been in charge of monitoring them, immediately noticed this abnormality. As the head of Yang Qindong's reconnaissance group, Su Yunsheng was also a veteran. The sixth young master had once talked to him and asked if he was willing to become a division commander in the new army. This was a clear sign of concern. In the end, Su Yunsheng had refused. He liked being a scout, as it allowed him to observe the enemy at close range without being discovered. Sometimes, a piece of timely information was better than an entire army, and he enjoyed the feeling of being able to predict the enemy's movements. It was a pity that with the current scale of the Scout Corps, being promoted to a regiment was already the limit. If they wanted to be promoted to a division, it would take a long time. Fortunately, Su Yunsheng was willing to endure hardship. In order to complete his mission as a scout, he did not even participate in the selection for the 1st Cavalry Division. Not only him, but many of the core members of the Scout Corps were also not allowed to participate. Of course, Su Yunsheng was not the only one who did this. In fact, Tiger's Mane and Chibi had already started work on this long ago, allowing the core members of the 1st Army to remain in the army. After all, the 1st Cavalry Division had to be built, but the construction of the other armies could not be abandoned. Because he loved being a scout, Su Yunsheng chose to rest during the day. When everyone stopped fighting, he came out and took the initiative to go to the front lines. Relying on his excellent camouflage and the advanced night vision telescope in his hands, he came every night to observe the Tatar camp from a distance of a few hundred meters. Yang Qindong had once said that if this kind of war of attrition continued, the first to be unable to bear it would be Tua. Therefore, keeping a close eye on them to prevent them from suddenly escaping became the most important task in Su Yunsheng's eyes these days. After waiting for a full month, this result had finally arrived. Seeing that the Tatar camp had become somewhat chaotic, and that some injured soldiers had even been carried out of the tents and sent to the carriages ahead of time, Su Yunsheng knew that the result that the 6th young master had long predicted had occurred. The enemy was preparing to retreat. Leaving behind the other scouts to continue observing the situation, Su Yunsheng turned around and rode back to the mercenaries' main tent. He reported the situation to Yang Qindong. After suddenly hearing Su Yunsheng's report, Yang Qindong immediately had his servant Yang Lu gather all the generals. The time for an all-out counterattack had arrived. After receiving the order, the generals quickly came to the main tent. Compared to a month ago, the number of officers that came this time was much less. First of all, the small leaders of the Mongol tribes had disappeared. They had either passed the test and joined the 1st Cavalry Division, or they had been sent back to their tribes with heavy injuries, or they had simply lost their lives on the battlefield. In short, after this battle, the military strength of the Mongol tribes had become extremely weak, and they were no longer a threat to the mercenaries. The generals came and stood in front of Yang Qindong in 2 cases. Orders were also issued from the mouth of the 6th young master. The scouts at the front lines have sent news that the Tatar army is preparing to escape. Finally, it is time for us to launch an all-out counterattack. I believe that everyone must have been holding back in their hearts, and now is the time for everyone to release and vent. Now I order the Ferocious Tiger Regiment, Heavy Cavalry Regiment, and the 1st Cavalry Division will form a joint force and charge forward. We must break through the enemy's camp in one blow. The Light Cavalry Regiment and the Scouts Regiment will follow closely to the left and right of the army and protect the flanks while holding back the enemy. There are still 20,000 enemies left, and we must think of a way to destroy them. At the very least, we must destroy their main force. From now on, there will be no more Tatar tribes on the grasslands. Does everyone have the confidence? Yang Qindong looked at the generals and asked with a resolute expression. Chapter 893. Yes. All the generals straightened their chests, their eyes shining brightly. Very good. After this battle, we will be invincible in this region. I want to use this battle to fight for a few years of peace. Also, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division will be chosen through this battle. Suhi, Tianhu, you two have to work hard. Yang Qindong's voice was loud and clear as he made the final mobilization before the battle. The meeting ended very quickly, and the officers returned to their respective units and began to assemble. The final attack against the Mongol Tatar tribe would be launched in 2 hours. Tuak Tabuhua had just transported over 2,000 wounded soldiers out when a scout came to report that the mercenaries seemed to have made some movements. They were gathering their troops, and it seemed like they had already discovered their intentions. That's really fast. When Tuak Tabuhua heard this, his face became very ugly. He knew that a final battle was unavoidable, but he did not expect it to happen at this time. It must be said that this loyal duke really knew how to pick a time. Give the order. 10,000 cavalry will stay behind to block the enemy. No matter what, they must hold on for 3 hours. When the sun rises, they can retreat. The other 8,000 cavalry will retreat with me. As long as we are here, the Tatar tribe will not fall. Tuak Tabuhua immediately made a decision, and his determination to retreat did not waver. As long as he retreated this time, with the strength of his family, he would one day rise again. At that time, he would definitely take revenge for today's enmity. Although the 10,000 ordinary Tatar cavalry did not want to retreat, they did not have any other choice. The matter was temporarily settled like this. Those who should retreat retreated, and those who should prepare prepared. It must be said that this arrangement was not wrong, but Tuak Tabuhua had overestimated the 10,000 cavalry he had left behind. He had also underestimated the strength of the enemy. This time, Yang Qindong had sent out all the elite troops. Whether it was the Ferocious Tiger Regiment, the Heavy Cavalry Regiment, or the newly formed 1st Cavalry Division, they all had extraordinary fighting strength. One cavalry could even be used as a few people. In the face of such a powerful force, not to mention 10,000 ordinary Tatar cavalry, even 10,000 elite Tatar cavalry would not be able to stop them. When the 3 main forces of the mercenaries appeared in front of the Tatar army, they were like a tornado. First, there was the sound of gunfire, riddling the formation of the Tatar cavalry with holes. Then, the Heavy Cavalry Regiment appeared. They used their 3-meter-long broadswords to sweep through the army, taking away the heads of many enemy cavalry. The last to appear was the world's 1st Cavalry Division. When the 1st Cavalry Division appeared, they fully demonstrated what it meant to be unstoppable and unstoppable. Wherever they passed, the only sounds that could be heard were the howls of the Tatar cavalry and the sounds of weapons being thrown to the ground in surrender. There was nothing to be done. After a month of grinding with the world's strongest cavalry, all the members here were the most elite cavalry. Their fighting strength was extraordinary, and their strength was terrifying. They were even stronger than the previous Tatar cavalry. How could these ordinary cavalry stop them? The 10,000 enemy cavalry that was supposed to resist for 6 hours and hold out until dawn did not even last for 2 hours. The Tatar cavalry was completely defeated. They were either killed in battle or taken captive. The three armies did not have the slightest intention of stopping for the kneeling Tatar cavalry. They continued to rush forward, leaving them for the new army to clean up the battlefield. What they needed to do was to catch up with Tuatauabuhua and leave his life on this grassland. When the news of the 10,000 cavalry being defeated reached the ears of Tuatauabuhua, who was retreating, he actually thought that he was hallucinating. In the past, he had won every time with 2,000 against 2,000. Now that he had sent 10,000 cavalry, how could they be defeated so quickly? Although ordinary cavalry could not compare to elite cavalry, even if there were 10,000 pigs, they would not be able to catch all of them in 2 hours. The situation was very dangerous. Once the mercenaries caught up to them, there would be no match for them with their low morale. It was not impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Tuatabua's gaze fell on Hubo and Monk. Great Khan, I'll stay behind. As for you guys, run as far as you can. If you really can't, don't care about the injured soldiers. Just leave them here to fend for themselves. I only hope that the Great Khan will be safe. There is still hope for our tribe. Hubo knew that there was no time and made the decision to die to stop the enemy. He had lost many battles in the past, but the Great Khan did not punish him. Just because of this, he would repay the Great Khan with his life. Tuatauabuhua was a person of great importance and knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. He reached out and patted Hubo's shoulder. Okay, you take care too. I'll leave you 5,000 elite cavalry. No matter what, you have to stop the enemy. Great Khan, 5,000 is too much. Just leave 2,000 for me. Hubo still wanted to decline. He was very clear that there were only 8,000 elite cavalry left. If he left 5,000 to himself, the Khan's forces would be too weak. If they encountered any danger, they would not even have the ability to protect themselves. No, 5,000 elite cavalry is not much at all. The enemy was able to break through a 10,000 cavalry formation so quickly. They must be very strong. If we leave too few people behind, we will not be able to stop them. All right, it's settled then. Remember, hold on until daybreak and think of a way to survive. As long as you survive, we'll be able to meet again one day. Tuatauabuhua pressed down on Hubo's shoulder and said in a low voice, Yes, Great Khan. Hubo nodded in the end. He knew that this was the most feasible plan. Following this, the 8,000 elite cavalry split into two groups. Tuatauabuhua listened to Hubo's suggestion and left 2,000 injured soldiers behind. He only brought 3,000 elite cavalry with him under the protection of General Monk. Hubo had a grim expression as he said to the other 5,000 elite cavalry, It's time to show our loyalty to the Great Khan. No matter what, we have to hold on until dawn. We have to give the Great Khan and his injured comrades enough time to leave. Kill, kill, kill. The 5,000 elite cavalry seemed to know that this might be the last battle of their lives. They raised their scimitars and shields as they shouted. About a quarter of an hour later, the three main forces of the mercenaries appeared. Hubo didn't say anything and immediately charged forward. He knew how powerful the guns and cannons of the mercenaries were. If the 5,000 of them were to face these guns, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But if they were to charge into the enemy's camp, then the situation would be completely different. They would be able to restrict the enemy's movements. In truth, it was not that Xiao Feng's ferocious tiger regiment did not want to fire. It was just that the Windchaser regiment, Su He, and Tian who did not give them a chance to fire. They knew that this was the elite cavalry of the Tatar Empire. They wanted to win fair and square and not rely on external forces. Just like that, an extremely intense battle began. Very quickly, the two sides began to fight. In the night, saber against saber, saber against saber, saber against shield, the sound of which rose and fell, lingering in one's ears. The soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Division who had been through life and death situations were all elites. They were all soldiers who had killed at least 3 elite cavalrymen on the battlefield. Now that the enemy no longer had the advantage and was only fighting one-on-one, they had the advantage from the start of the battle. They slaughtered their opponents until they were thrown off their horses. This was a testament to their strength and the might of the 1st Cavalry Division. Suhi and Tian, who chose to charge forward continuously. One was brave and fierce, while the other was sharp with his scimitars. Wherever they went, one elite Tatar horseman after another was cut down from their horses as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. In one breath, they had killed at least 5 or 6 people. Suhi and Tian, who had unknowingly gathered together. After the two of them looked at each other, Suhi opened his mouth and said, "These elite cavalrymen have good foundations. It would be a pity to kill them all. Why don't we have a competition to see who can capture more?" "Sure," Tian Hu said, keeping his words to himself. In the past, when he was in the Yang Academy, he was a taciturn person. Unless he asked someone a question or someone asked him a question, he would not say a word. At some point, the news that the two generals had stopped killing and had started to compete to capture captives had spread. The first to stop attacking was the Fierce Tiger Regiment. They set up a defense around the battlefield to prevent the enemy from escaping. Then, they raised their torches to light up the area. They wanted to witness this historic moment. Next, the Heavy Cavalry Regiment also stopped attacking. They also raised their torches to light up the battlefield. They wanted to see who would become the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. Only 5,000 soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Division remained. They had also been influenced by the two generals. They stopped killing and started to capture captives alive. After a round of fighting, only 2,000 of Huboer's 5,000 elite cavalrymen were left. They were already prepared to fight to the death, but when they saw that the other party had suddenly stopped and changed from a murderous aura to wanting to capture them, they were all infuriated. A soldier could be killed, but not humiliated. This kind of action was looking down on them and completely infuriated them. Under the lead of Huboer, the 2,000 elite cavalrymen began to counterattack again and again. They were inferior, so what if they had a lot of blood? Facing the cavalry of the 1st Cavalry Division, who were even stronger than them, even though they attacked like crazy, the results were not good. Not only were they unable to do anything to their opponents, but they also expended their energy faster. In the end, most of them were captured. Only Hubo and less than 20 cavalrymen were left. On the side of the mercenaries, only Suhi and Tian who were left. Chapter 894. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible for the two of them to defeat 20 Tatar cavalrymen. But now, the 21 cavalrymen, including Huboer, had expended a great deal of energy and were panting heavily. They had turned the impossible into possible. "Let's settle this once and for all." Suhi glanced at Tian Hu, his voice carrying a clear challenge. "Okay." Tian Hu was still a man of few words. After he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed forward and chopped at the head of one of the elite Tatar cavalrymen, forcing the cavalryman to raise his blade to block. Using this opportunity, he slashed out with his second blade. The back of the blade smashed into the cavalryman's back. With a heavy blow, the cavalryman's mouth spilled out and he fell from his horse, heavily injured. In one round, they captured another man. Below them, some warriors had already run over and tied up the injured Tatar rider who had fallen off his horse. When Suhi saw this scene, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. Although this Tian, who didn't like to talk much and gave people the impression that he was very boring, his skills were truly impressive. Although they hadn't fought before, Suhi had a feeling that if they fought one-on-one, he would be the one to lose. Since Tian Hu had moved, Suhi didn't hold back either. He galloped towards the nearest cavalryman and used the momentum of his horse to slash out with his blade, colliding with the cavalryman's strength. When the first attack failed, he followed it up with another attack and another attack at the same location. The 3 attacks all landed on the cavalryman's scimitar. The powerful force made it so that the cavalryman couldn't hold his blade. The scimitar fell, and Sui's blade came down again, hitting the cavalryman's chest and knocking him off his horse. Although they were both captured, Tian Hu only used 1 round and 2 blades. Sui had indeed used 3 rounds and slashed out 4 times. Just from this point alone, it was clear that the 2 were stronger. The 2 didn't stop attacking. Every now and then, a Tatar cavalryman would fall from his horse. They were really too tired, and the ones that came were 2 battle generals with great strength. They barely managed to block a few moves before falling off their horses and becoming captives. In just 15 minutes, only 3 people were left: Su He, Tian Hu, and Hu Bei. Hu Bo hadn't participated in the battle just now. Firstly, he disdained to attack together with others, and secondly, he needed time to recover his strength. Right now, it was a 1 versus 2 situation, and there were no other companions by his side. With a howl, Hu Bo unleashed a ferocious attack. With a curved blade and a round shield, he was able to fight 1 versus 2, resulting in a stalemate. Although Hu Bo had lost to Yang Qindong several times in a row in terms of commanding, this did not prove that there was a problem with his intelligence. Hu hadn't lost in front of Yang Qindong, who had truly won before. If Hu Bo was really so useless, why would the Great Khan use him again and again? Not only that, Hu Bo had some talent in commanding, and his individual battle prowess was also extraordinary. He had fought against Su He and Tian Hu for more than 30 rounds without losing. He was still full of energy, his blade constantly moving as he unleashed ferocious attacks. Su He and Tian Hu were constantly retreating. Only when the opportunity was right would they take the initiative to attack and find the opponent's weakness. They could see that Hu Bo was just going all out before his death. As long as they could hold on for a while, the opponent would be completely exhausted and lose. Their estimates were not wrong. Although he had rested for a while, his body had not fully recovered. This attack was just his final performance. From a 40th round onwards, his blade speed had clearly decreased. At this moment, Su He made his move. He continued to exchange blows with Hu Bo, pushing him back step by step. As Hu Bo continued to retreat, he had unknowingly reached Tian Hu's side. Suddenly, a saber slashed towards his ribs, forcing him to put down his shield to defend. At this moment, a second saber appeared. Tian Hu took the opportunity and slashed at the back of Hu Bo's body. The huge force from the saber caused Hu Bo's vision to darken. He fell from his horse and was bound. The battle was finally over. Su He and Tian Hu looked at each other at this moment, and they burst into laughter. In this battle, the 2 of them were almost equal. In the end, it was still up to the 6th young master to decide who would be the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. The sky finally brightened. No matter what the reason was, Hu Bo had completed the mission that Great Khan Toachuo had given her, persevering until the very last moment. In the end, Tuabuhua still managed to escape under the moonlight. The light cavalry and scouts that were sent out did not follow them. They only captured the 2,000 wounded soldiers and brought them back to the main camp. In the main tent, Yang Qindong looked at the generals who were covered in blood and looked a little tired, but they were in good spirits. He was naturally very happy. Although they did not capture Tuabuhua, the enemy's 30,000 elite cavalry was defeated. In the end, only 3,000 managed to escape. They were no longer a threat. Moreover, Yang Qindong had a feeling that Tuabuhua was in real danger this time. After dominating the prairie for so long, he had offended a lot of people. Previously, it was because he had strong soldiers in his hands that no one dared to do anything to him. But now, there were only 3,000 elite cavalrymen by his side. So it was hard to say. Yang Qindong sat on the chair and first congratulated the generals on their victory. When he heard that they had captured 2,000 wounded soldiers, he was even happier. He ordered, immediately send them back to the 1st City Hospital for treatment. Wounded soldiers are good stuff. They have experience fighting on the battlefield, and even died once. They have a deeper understanding of what they should do on the battlefield in the future. Once they recover from their injuries and return to the team, they will definitely be the best of the best. Yes. When the servant Yang Lu heard the order, he immediately nodded and walked out of the tent to make the arrangements. After discussing the battle, Yang Qindong's gaze finally landed on Su He and Tian Hu. He then looked left and right, but did not immediately make a decision. For Yang Qindong, no matter which of the two men was qualified to be the division commander of the world's 1st Cavalry Division. However, there was only one position for the division commander. How should he choose? Even he had a headache. As if seeing Yang Qindong's dilemma, Su He, who was standing below, had a complicated look on his face. Then, his expression became more determined. He stepped out of the group and first gave a standard military salute to Yang Qindong. Then he said, "Sixth young master, I am willing to withdraw from the competition for the position of the 1st Cavalry Division's division commander." Oh, why? So he was willing to take the initiative to withdraw. This was really out of Yang Qindong's expectation. However, the 1st Army's commander Tiger's Mane and the deputy commander Shi Bi, who were standing below, let out a long sigh of relief. This was the result of their private efforts for a long time. 6th young master, Tian, whose strength is very strong. He is very suitable to be the division commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. As for me, the Tatar Division still needs me. So he said concisely. Then, he looked at Tiger's Mane. The reason why Suhi made such a decision was indeed because Tiger's Mane and Shibi had done a lot of private efforts. In order to keep this Tiger General, the two of them even took the initiative to promise that as long as Tiger's Mane was willing to stay, the Tatar Division could be trained into another 1st Cavalry Division. When the time came, they would give him whatever he wanted. In addition, Yang Qindong was a little embarrassed. In the end, Suhi made such a choice. Looking at Tiger's Mane, he knew that he had to stand up and say a few words. He stepped forward and said, "Young master, this time our new army's cadres have lost too many. Many people participated in the 1st Cavalry Division selection and joined it. If Suhi leaves, we really don't have a suitable division commander candidate. Young master, please help us." After saying this, Tiger's Mane lowered his head. He had followed Yang Qindong for a long time. He had heard Yang Qindong talk about the overall situation more than once. Now, his decision was somewhat narrow-minded. He was speaking from the perspective of the new army. He was afraid that the 6th young master would be angry. From Tiger's Mane's perspective, his way of doing things wasn't wrong. This time's actual combat training had indeed stimulated everyone's enthusiasm. Needless to say, the foreign race's soldiers had used all their strength in order to be promoted to the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty soldiers had also worked hard for a hero card. These thoughts were too normal. Even as the commander, Tiger's Mane couldn't stop them. He could only agree to the soldiers' requests. At the same time, he also talked to some of the core members. There was only one goal. Once they had gotten the benefits and proved themselves, they could go back. Although the world's #1 cavalry division is good, our new army isn't bad either, right? As for the commander's advice, some people listened, while others didn't. After all, everyone had the right to choose their own future. Tiger's Mane only talked to them and didn't order them. Even the 6th young master wanted capable people to join the 1st Cavalry Division. How could he dare to threaten them with orders? As a result, there were indeed quite a few people who passed the battlefield test and returned. However, there were even more people who didn't return. Because the majority of the people who passed the test were officers, the number of officers in the new army rapidly decreased. Suhi was one of the people that Tiger's Mane and the deputy commander were willing to fight for. The truth was just as Suhi said. After he left, there really wasn't a suitable candidate to be the Tatar Division's commander in the new army. Servant Yang Qindong naturally told the following things to Yang Qindong. He fully understood the other party's difficulties and turned a blind eye to some of their private actions. Now that Suhi had publicly said that he wanted to return to the new army, he naturally couldn't stop him. All right, since this is Commander Suhi's own choice, we can't force it. The 1st Cavalry Division's commander will be Tian Hu. He will be conferred the rank of senior colonel. According to the previous regulations, the 1st Regiment's commander will be Tai Mu Er, the 2nd Regiment's commander will be Lu Duo, and the 3rd Regiment's commander will be Mu Er. The 3rd Regiment's commander will be left empty until a suitable candidate is found. Finally, I will personally issue the order. What do you think? Commander Tian, do you have any other requests? Chapter 895. Yang Qindong began to set up the framework of the 1st Cavalry Division. After that, the specific work will be completed by Tian Hu and the 2 newly appointed regimental commanders. Tian Hu, who had been called out, knew that he was going to be the 1st commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. Excitement finally appeared on his calm face. He suddenly knelt on the ground and raised his head to look at Yang Qindong. With a very respectful tone, he said, "Teacher, this student will definitely live up to your expectations." Most of the people who came from the Yang Qindong Academy were used to calling him Dean. However, there were also some people who performed well and were favored by Yang Qindong. They were specially taken care of and could be called teachers. Tian, who was one of these people. It was natural for a student to kneel before a teacher. Yang Qindong didn't stop Tian Hu's actions. Instead, he said with a face full of praise, "Tian Hu, I'm handing over these elite cavalry troops to you. What I want is an army that can fight at any time, and win at any time. As long as you can do this, the logistics division will do their best to satisfy your needs. However, there is only one condition. If the combat strength of the troops is not good enough, I will hold you accountable as the commander. Teacher, don't worry. Since you've given this heavy responsibility to this student will definitely live up to your expectations. In the future, the 1st Cavalry Division will not disgrace this name. In the cold weapons battle, it will become the undisputed #1 in the world." Tian Hu said as if he was making a promise. He wasn't hot-headed. Although he said that the 1st Cavalry Division was the best in the world, it was only in the cold weapons battle. From this, it could be seen that he already had some plans in mind for how to develop and strengthen the troops of the 1st Cavalry Division. Later on, the facts also proved that the 1st Cavalry Division lived up to their name. The 6,000 cavalry troops had indeed become the strongest cavalry on the grasslands. Every time they went out to battle, the news of victory would be sent back. In battle, all the cavalrymen were good at using dual sabers. When they met a strong opponent, they would use one saber and one shield to attack and defend. In the end, as long as they heard their name, there would be no one who would not be afraid. The war with Tutabuhua had finally ended, and the world's #1 cavalry division was officially established. The 1st Division commander was Tian Hu, the 1st Regiment commander was Tai Mu Er, the 2nd Regiment commander was Lu Duo, and the 3rd Regiment commander was waiting to be appointed. When the news came out, Lu Duo burst into tears in his own tent. First, it was the captives. Then, it was the surrendered soldiers. Then it was the battle to the death. Now, not only had he become the envied regiment commander, he had also become a member of the Han Chinese. From this moment on, he was truly reborn. The past had nothing to do with him anymore. Everything in the future would be a new beginning, and all of this was given to him by Yang Qindong. After crying loudly, Lu Duo walked out of the tent. He suddenly knelt down in the direction of the main tent, representing his excitement, emotions, and firm political determination. At the end of the battle, they brought the captives and put away the tents. The mercenaries returned to the beginning city in a grand and vigorous manner, as if they had come from the outside. There was still a great news waiting for him here, but he was still unaware of it. The army returned to the beginning city. It was already August, and it was the hottest time of the year. The winter in the beginning city was really cold, but it was not without its benefits. At least, it was not so hot in the summer. In the Yang residence, the news of the 6th young master's return had already spread. Immediately, there was a big cleaning. Water was splashed everywhere in the courtyard. While cleaning the ground, it also had the effect of cooling down the temperature. When Yang Qindong stepped into the gate, A cool breeze blew on his face. Hee good good. Yang Qindong chuckled and prepared to go to the inner courtyard. He had not seen the three madams for more than a month, and he missed them very much. However, before he could take a step, the two maids had already bowed and greeted him with a sincere smile on their faces. Hello, sixth young master. The sixth young master has worked hard. Congratulations to the sixth young master. Oh, congratulations to you too, Yang Qindong said indifferently. He thought that everyone was congratulating him because he had won the battle, so he did not care. However, when he walked all the way to the inner courtyard, everyone he met along the way would greet him and congratulate him. This made Yang Qindong feel that something was wrong. He did not know how many battles he had won, but it seemed that these maids did not care so much about it in the past. It wasn't until he arrived at the inner courtyard that he saw the second madam's maid, Xing respectfully escorting a female doctor in a white robe out. His brows furrowed involuntarily, and his expression became nervous. He strode forward and said as he walked, Dr. Zhao, why are you here? Teacher. When she saw Yang Qindong walk over, the so-called Dr. Zhao quickly saluted to show her respect. Dr. Zhao's name was Zhao Yinmei. She was also a student of the Yang Family Academy. She was once known as the Two Saints along with Yuan Heping, who was known as the Sacred Hands. However, the former specialized in internal medicine and surgery, while the latter specialized in gynecology and pediatrics. Normally, if the madams were unwell or felt uncomfortable, it would be Zhao Yinmei who came to see them. They were all women and often went in and out of the inner courtyard of the Yang residence, so they were more at ease. Now that Zhao Yinmei was here, it must mean that one of the madams was unwell. It was no wonder that Yang Qindong became so nervous. And why are you here? Is one of the madams unwell? Yang Qindong did not even return the salute and asked anxiously. Facing the anxious Yang Qindong, Zhao Yinmei was neither anxious nor slow. She even said with a smile, Teacher, this student congratulates you. Congratulations, congratulations again. What's going on? When Yang Qindong entered the courtyard, he heard these two words the most. At first, it was fresh, but now he was a little annoyed. About this, please find out once you enter the inner courtyard. He did not know where Zhao Yinmei's courage came from. She did not tell him immediately, but kept him in suspense. It must be said that she had no choice. Second Madam had already told her that some things must be said by herself and not by others. Okay, I will go take a look. Xing, lead the way. Yang Qindong's face did not show whether he was angry or happy, but at least he was more stable than before. Zhao Yimei dared to keep him in suspense, so it should not be a bad thing. Xing, happily agreed and led Yang Qindong to the room of the second madam in the inner courtyard. Yang Qindong's footsteps were very fast, causing Xing to quickly fall behind. It wasn't until Yang Qindong entered the small courtyard that he saw Qiao Yin resting under a large tree. Seeing that she was fine, he let out a long sigh of relief. The maids beside the tree were very perceptive. When they saw Yang Qindong appear, they bowed and paid their respects. They ignored the sixth young master and went in front of second madam. Holding her small hand, they asked with concern, Qiao, I just saw Dr. Zhao leave. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? At this moment, Qiao Yin's face was red. Young master, I did not expect you to return so quickly. I was originally prepared to welcome you at the door with fourth sister and fifth sister. AI, we are husband and wife. There is no need for those complicated formalities. That's right, you still haven't answered me. Were you feeling unwell? Yang Qindong casually waved his hand. He had never cared much about formalities. It was only because of his high status that he had to pay attention to them. However, in his opinion, when he was with his wife, he should save on formalities. Feeling Yang Qindong's sincere concern, Qiao Yin's face was like a peach blossom. She first lowered her head and then said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Young master, I am not sick. Not sick? Then what is Dr. Zhao doing here? It's fine. What is it that you cannot tell the young master? Hurry up and say it. If Zhao Yimei's expression did not change when he saw her, and even looked a little happy. He would have thought that Xiao Yin was seriously ill. Seeing Yang Qindong so anxious, Xiao Yin knew that she could not hide it any longer. She said in a small voice, "Xiao is really not sick. It's just morning sickness." Not sick. Morning sickness? The anxious Yang Qindong was stunned by these words and stood there in a daze. "Yes, it's morning sickness. Dr. Zhao said that I am pregnant with the young master's child." As Xiao Yin spoke, she gently stroked her stomach that had not changed at all. She looked very happy. "Pregnant with my child?" At this moment, Yang Qindong finally reacted. He stood there in a daze. At this moment, it was as if his mind had gone blank. At this moment, it was as if everything around him did not exist, and he was the only person in the world. In his previous life, Yang Qindong did not have a family because of the nature of his work. Naturally, he did not have children of his own. But now, someone suddenly told him that he was going to have a child. He was completely unprepared and did not even have the slightest bit of vigilance. He was completely stunned by this news. He was going to have a child? This was the first time in both his previous life and this life. Once upon a time, he had thought about this problem. When he first got together with Hu Yin and the others, he considered that they were still young and his condition was not stable. He had tried his best to suppress it and did not have any plans to have a child. Later on, when his condition got better, Yang Qindong thought about this problem and tried very hard. But for some reason, none of his wives were pregnant. Later on, when the war in various places became tense, he did not think too much about it. He thought that when the situation was completely stable, he would check it out properly. But he did not expect that before he even did that, he was already pregnant. This was enough to prove that there was nothing wrong with him. There was nothing wrong with him. Chapter 896. Young master, what's wrong? Don't scare Xiao. After reporting the good news, Xiao Yin had been waiting for Yang Qindong's reaction. However, she found that the young master stood there like a fool, neither happy nor sad. For a moment, she became anxious. "Young master, I don't know what to do. After all, eldest sister doesn't have a child yet, but I already have one. This really shouldn't be happening. If young master isn't happy, then Xiao doesn't want it." As she spoke, Xiao Yin began to cry. She couldn't be blamed for being so agitated. Hu Yin, as the legal wife, didn't have a child yet, but she, as a concubine, had a child first. This was not allowed in many large clans. In fact, in order to protect the position of the legal wife, whether or not she could keep the child was another matter. The crying Xiao Yin finally woke Yang Qindong from his fantasy. When he saw that Xiao Yin was crying, saying that she was wrong, and talking about Hu Yin, he pulled her into his arms. "My good Xiao, what are you saying? You have a child, so the other sisters should be happy. How could they be angry? Moreover, they will have children in the future. There's nothing to be jealous about." "Ah, really?" Xiao Yin was, after all, only a maidservant and not a legitimate daughter of a large clan. Therefore, she had only heard of such things and didn't feel that deep of a fear. Now that she heard Yang Qindong say that there was no problem, then there was naturally no problem. She immediately laughed through her tears. Hee, it's true. It's truer than real gold and silver." Yang Qindong hugged Xiao Yin lightly and laughed foolishly. "All right, when did this happen? How long has it been?" "The last time a young master married little sister to... On the second night, didn't you come to my room and little sister Xiang Yangzi's room? Dr. Zhao said that the child is still young." Xiao Yin's face was full of happiness when she spoke of this. "Oh, okay. Yang Qindong was so happy that he could only nod his head continuously. When he was looking for the two madams, he had put in a lot of effort because he had found another sister for them. He felt a little guilty in his heart. He didn't expect that his hard work would really bear fruit. Good, very good. It was indeed wonderful. Xiao Yin's pregnancy was not only a joyous occasion for Yang Qindong, but also for all of Yangxie. As the ancients say, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. Even the common people thought so, not to mention a large force like the Yang faction. It could be said that whether Yang Qindong had an heir or not was related to the foundation of the country. Yang Shandong was a good person in every way. He also enjoyed supreme power in Yangxia. However, he was criticized for not having an heir. After all, he didn't have a child. If something happened to him, what would happen to such a large system? Where would they go? Fortunately, Yang Shandong was still very young. He was only 24 years old now. They could still wait and see. Otherwise, those old masters would probably consider sending him for a thorough examination. Now that Xiao Yin was pregnant, it was enough to prove that there was nothing wrong with Yang Shandong. This way, everyone's hearts could finally be put down. Yang Shandong returned, and the news of second madam's pregnancy quickly spread. Xiao Yin didn't let them say it before. First, she wanted to give the young master a surprise. Second, she wanted to see sixth master's thoughts. If Yang Shandong cared about Hu Yan's feelings, then she would definitely make the decision to abort the child. Among the madams, Xiao Yin regarded Yang Shandong as more important than her own life. As long as the young master was well, she was happy. As for her own thoughts, it didn't matter. Now that Yang Shandong had returned, it showed that he liked the child very much. The news naturally spread. Immediately, countless telegrams were sent out from Origin City. Countless officials lined up outside the Yang residence, requesting to meet and congratulate them. Beta Persei was the first to rush over. Although he was a servant of the Yang family, when the young master wasn't around, he didn't dare to casually enter the inner courtyard without orders. There are differences between men and women. Perhaps the young master wouldn't say anything, but someone might make a fuss about it. Young master, congratulations. As soon as he entered the courtyard and saw Yang Shandong, Beta Persei knelt down with a plop. At the same time, tears flowed from his eyes. They were tears of excitement and joy. As a person by Yang Shandong's side, he hoped more than anyone that the young master could have children as soon as possible. He had a little master, or even a group of little masters. All right, get up. Why are you crying as a man? Yang Shandong felt Beta Persei's loyalty. He excitedly helped him up and then laughed. The young master will have children in the future. How is it? Are you happy? I'm happy. Beta Persei nodded repeatedly without any pretense. Yang Shandong patted Beta Persei's shoulder and said emotionally, All right, then I'll say something that will make you even happier. Step down from your position as the logistics division head and hand over the job to Yang Lu. You will continue to be by the young master's side in the future. He was used to working with Beta Persei. Even though Yang Si and Yang Lu did a good job, he still felt that something was missing. All right, Beta Persei nodded vigorously. Although being the logistics division head was impressive and everyone had to curry favor with him, compared to being able to be by the sixth young master's side, that was all bullshit. Well, go, and tell Qiu Vi, Dao Xiao, and the others to guard the courtyard gate. Tell those who want to congratulate him to do their jobs well. The young master will be very happy and go do whatever you need to do. By the way, the scale of the guards should also be expanded. Now that we have enough manpower, you can ask the two captains to pick the best ones to expand the guards. Yang Shandong thought that the number of guards was only 100. They could handle some small matters, but when it came to major matters, they would still be weak. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to choose a good number of elites during the training. Yes, Beta Persei agreed excitedly. He had been thinking about this matter for a long time, but since the young master did not say anything, he really did not know what to say. Young master, what scale do you think is suitable for the expansion? A guard team of 500 people. The strength of 1,000 people should be enough to ensure the usual safety. By the way, go and discuss with Jiangping. The security of the inner court should also be increased. What exactly is needed and how many people are needed will depend on what she says. Yang Shandong thought of Qiaoyin's pregnancy. This kind of thing would continue to happen in the future. The safety of the madam must also be protected. The number of female soldiers must also be increased. Yang Shandong was about to have a child. The news quickly spread, and the entire first city was bustling with noise and excitement for several days. After that, everything gradually returned to calm. At this moment, a message from the Security Bureau interrupted the peace. Not only that, but the entire Logistics Division's captive camp was filled with wails and cries. Tawachuohua died. He died on the road of escape. He was ambushed by the Walla's leader, Yesen. He, along with 3,000 elite cavalry and General Monk, all died in battle. According to witnesses, after Yesen made a mistake last time, he sent out 30,000 cavalry this time. However, even with 30,000 men fighting against 3,000 men, they still paid a heavy price. More than 10,000 men died in the battle, and the remaining 20,000 men were all injured. In the end, the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and everyone was exhausted to death. Tuatabawa himself also died in the end. It was said that there were no less than 50 wounds on his body. With the death of Tawachuohua, the Tatar tribe was about to become a part of the history of the grasslands. They went from glory to decline. Although Tawachuohua was dead, his spirit was still there. The captives in the Logistics Division had always thought that one day, the Great Khan would come back. This way, they would have a place to be useful. Now that their hopes were dashed, many of them began to slack off. Some of them even went on a hunger strike, as if they wanted to live and die with the Great Khan. This was especially true for the 2,000 injured and sick people who were sent to the hospital. They wanted to get revenge on Yesen and almost caused a scene in the hospital. If the mercenaries did not appear in time, there would be a big problem. Among the captives, there were quite a number of Tatar soldiers. Naturally, the situation would not be small. The officers had no choice but to report the situation to Yang Chendong. Not long after, Beta Persei personally came out and brought Hubo, from the captive camp to the Yang residence. In Yang Chendong's courtyard, in the pavilion in front of the fake mountain, Yang Chendong and Hubo sat opposite each other. In front of them was a stone table with a steaming hot tea in the middle. Beta Persei and the first guard Captain Xiao V were staring at Hubo, to prevent him from jumping up and attacking. Remove the shackles and shackles. Yang Chendong casually ordered Beta Persei as he demonstrated his skills in the art of tea ceremony. Young master, this person's strength is not ordinary. Beta Persei wanted to remind him of something. However, Yang Chendong said in an unquestionable tone, "What's wrong? Is it because the young master has not moved for a long time that you have no confidence in the young master?" Beta Persei was reminded of the young master's abnormal strength. He walked up and used the key to unlock the shackles, freeing Hubo. Now free of her shackles, Hubo rubbed her wrists and smiled. This tea was personally brewed by the Duke of Loyalty. It must be delicious. Ha ha. As he spoke, he picked up a teacup. His originally smiling face suddenly changed. Then, the teacup was shattered, and a sharp piece of porcelain fell into his hand. He quickly slashed it in front of Yang Chendong. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out. Before Beta Persei and Xiao V could react, Hubo burly figure flew out and crashed into the courtyard, his face covered in dirt. Yang Chendong was still sitting there as before. He held a teacup and slowly tasted the tea. The tea is not bad. Chapter 897. You're courting death. Beta Persei finally reacted. He snorted coldly and walked towards a courtyard. From the looks of it, he wanted to teach Hubo a lesson. Beta Persei, bring Hubo over and let him sit down. You and Xiao V can just watch from afar. Yang Chendong raised his head slightly and ordered in an unquestionable tone. Beta Persei did not dare to disobey. He could only help Xiao V carry Hubo, and place him in front of Yang Chendong. Then, the two of them retreated far away and quietly watched everything unfold. Hubo sat down again. His face did not show any signs of defeat. On the contrary, he looked at Yang Chendong curiously and asked, "Your martial arts are very powerful." Speaking of which, this was the first time Hubo had observed Yang Chendong so closely. Only now did he realize that compared to Tahua, This self-proclaimed heavenly Khan was so young that it was ridiculous. "Hi, you want to kill me? Then I'll give you a chance," Yang Shandong said without answering the question. Then, as if he was performing a magic trick, he took out a dagger the length of an arm and placed it on the stone table. Then, he signaled to Hubo with his eyes. It was as if he was telling Hubo that the dagger was here and that he could take it at any time and attack him at any time. Yang Shandong's calmness and even arrogance made Hubo very angry. He was not Yang Shandong's match, but that was only in terms of strategy. In terms of martial arts, he was someone who could fight against Tian Hu and Su He for dozens of rounds. How could he be afraid of Yang Shandong? He was just careless earlier. This time, he would not be careless again. Suddenly, he reached out to touch the dagger on the stone table. However, before he could see Yang Shandong's movements clearly, he was sent flying again and landed in the courtyard. Beta Persei and Xiao Vi appeared, and the two of them once again carried him to the stone table and sat down. They could see that the sixth young master's martial arts had improved again. If he was prepared, even several Hubo would not be a match for the young master. He sat down again and did the same thing. He touched his saber again and flew up again. Hubo continued to do the same thing. Even when she was beaten to the point of bleeding from the corner of her mouth, she did not stop. Yang Shandong attacked again and again, and every time before he attacked, he would say his sentence. "Tawachuo Buhua, I didn't kill him. The murderer is Yeshen of Walla. It's wrong to seek revenge on me. I defeated you fair and square. You didn't die unjustly." Tawachuo Buhua, on the other hand, died in the encirclement. This Yeshen, who only knows how to pick up the leftovers, is the true villain. You only know how to stop eating and not cooperate with treatment. Don't you want revenge? After being sent flying for the umpteenth time, Hubo was once again helped to sit down by Beta Persei and Xiao Vi. She finally spoke. "How can we take revenge? We're just captives now. Who said that you can't take revenge as captives? Haven't you been thinking of avenging your great Khan all this time? Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Besides, who said that captives can only be captives for life? As long as you perform well, you can still stand out. Take Su He, for example. He's also from your Tatar tribe. Isn't he living a good life now? Also, in the new army, many of them were captured soldiers, right? What are you trying to say?" Hubo finally stopped, ignoring the dagger in front of him. In fact, he didn't have the strength to swing the dagger anymore. His whole body was in pain, as if it was falling apart. "I'm saying that I can give you a chance to take revenge." Yang Shandong finally revealed his intentions. "You're going to let us go?" Hubo asked in shock. "No." Yang Shandong shook his head. Whether it was Hubo or the elite cavalrymen captured from the battlefield, they were all very strong. If he let them go now, once they gathered together and found someone who understood the situation, they would definitely become a threat to him. Yang Shandong would never do such a thing as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. "No, then how can we take revenge?" Hubo asked with a look that said, "Are you kidding me? Join the mercenaries and you'll have a chance to take revenge. What, do you really think that if I let you go now, you can really destroy Yeshen and his forces? From what I know, Yeshen teamed up with Agadorji to ambush your Tawachuo Buhua Khan and reaped a lot of benefits from it. He also made a lot of money from trading with Baiming. Now that he has a strong army, do you really think that you can take revenge with this little force?" Hubo was speechless. Although he was hot-blooded, he knew that courage alone wasn't enough to deal with Yeshen. He also needed strength, and the mercenaries did indeed have that strength. "How can I trust you?" Hubo's thoughts finally returned to reality. When he knew that only the mercenaries could help him, his mentality changed. "It's simple. Join the mercenaries, and I'll help you destroy Walla's forces and kill Yeshen within 3 years. If you can't do it, you can leave at any time. You can even start a rebellion if you want. Once Yeshen is killed, if you and your companions want to leave, I promise I won't stop you. How about it? I can swear on my honor as the Heaven Khan to the Tungri Heaven," Yang Shandong said with a serious face. For others, swearing to the Tungri Heaven was a very important and even sacred thing. However, he didn't think so. He didn't believe in it. Moreover, he wasn't lying. He had to get rid of Yesen. Seeing that Yang Qindong had sworn on his honor, Hubo had no choice but to believe him. He nodded. All right, I believe you. Very good. It's a pleasure working with you. Now you can convince your companions not to cause any more trouble. Hurry up and recuperate. Don't wait until the war with the Vol tribe starts. Your conditions aren't suitable. If you miss the big battle, you can't blame anyone else. I'll go and convince them. Hubo nodded. If he wanted revenge, he needed to strengthen himself. Now wasn't the time to go on a hunger strike. With Hubo's departure, the disturbance caused by the captives came to an end. However, the war wasn't over yet. Yang Qindong defeated Tuachuo Buhua, and Yesen took the opportunity to deal with this powerful enemy. The Tatar tribe also announced their withdrawal from the Central Plains. The forces they controlled were also divided up. South of Talu, Sambulakwin was occupied by Baiming Xianfu's army chief and commander of the 10,000 Department, Shi Wanshan. Yesen also took over Shajing province. At this point, Shi Wanshan was Yeshen's neighbor. The mercenaries were only separated by Sambulakwin. They were already quite close. Yang Qindong didn't take the opportunity to take over more cities. His military thinking came from the future. He didn't care about the gains or losses of a city. What he wanted was to eliminate the enemy's strength. It was just like when a main force was gone, after the soldiers died in battle, wouldn't the original Tatar territory become ownerless? Wouldn't it be easy to occupy it? Notify the 1st Cavalry Division. Have them patrol the area northwest of Sion Mountain. Tell the other forces that this area belongs to us mercenaries. Anyone who wants to pass by must pay us taxes and follow our rules. Otherwise, we'll kill them all. Yang Qindong finally revealed his fangs and began to take control of the grasslands with First City as the center. The North Desert City was still under construction. Once the construction there was completed, it would form a triangle with the origin city. At that time, his power would be stable. Anyone who dared to challenge his position would be treated as an enemy and suffer the wrath of thunder. After the new army went through many rounds of selection, they returned to their original formation. The number of people in the world's 1st Cavalry Division was not full yet. Division Commander Tian Hu and the 2 commanders carefully selected the people one by one. They were determined to create the strongest army in the world, just like their names. The construction of North Desert City was still going on in an orderly manner. With Yangtze in charge of the overall situation, everything was going smoothly. After the Battle of Tuachuo Buhua, the mercenaries' strong strength shocked all the people who had bad intentions. No one thought of provoking the mercenaries. The situation near First City was unprecedentedly peaceful. Xiaoying's morning sickness was very serious. She vomited as much as she ate. After Dr. Zhao Yinmei's examination, he said that it was because of the water and soil. It was still too cold here. It was best to go to a place with a relatively mild climate. This was a good thing for Second Madam and her child. In September of 1453 AD, Yang Qindong decided to return to Qiqian City with his 3 wives. After more than a year, Yang Qindong had laid a good foundation on the grassland. From the initial army of only a few thousand people to the current army of close to 60,000. There was nothing before, but now there were 2 big cities and several small towns. Seeing that everything was on the right track, there was no big battle to fight in a short period of time. Considering Xiaoying's body, Yang Qindong decided to leave and return to Qiqian City. The only thing that Yang Qindong felt a little regretful was that there was no news from Wu Sheng's 3rd Division and the News and Cavalry Division that he sent to the north. The radio station only sent 2 telegrams at the beginning, saying that everything was going well. After that, there was no news, as if they had all disappeared. Yang Qindong did not believe that with the strength of Wu Sheng and Chen Bo, they would be completely wiped out. Something unknown must have happened. He had also sent scouts, but there was no news. The Siberian area was too big. It was vast, but sparsely populated. It was difficult to find a team. The only thing he could do was to keep sending people to inquire about the situation. Other than that, The only thing left was to give his blessings. Chapter 898. Yang Qindong decided to leave, and Tiger's Mane stayed behind under his arrangement. In terms of political affairs, Yu Mian was his deputy, and in terms of military affairs, Shui was his deputy, so he could rest assured. After leaving Yangtze to build North Desert City and 6th Yang Qindong to manage the logistics team, Yang Qindong left the first city in mid-September with his 3 wives, Beta Persei, Wang Si, and the others, as well as the 2 guards and 3,200 members of the ferocious Tiger Regiment. When he left, Yang Qindong deliberately suppressed the news. He did not want everyone to know that he had left the first city, although it was destined that he would not be able to hide it for long. As long as he kept it a secret for one more day, he would be able to deter them for one more day. In order to prevent being discovered, the team left the city in the evening and set up camp 20 miles away from the first city. In the big tent, Yang Qindong accompanied the 3 wives to eat, and from time to time, there would be laughter. In the big tent at the side, Beta Persei was also enjoying the joy of eating and chatting with Kikich. Beta Persei and Kikich's marriage was reported to Yang Qindong, and after getting permission, they got married 7 days ago. It also became a grand occasion in the first city at that time. Not only did Tiger's Mane and a group of senior generals go, Tianhu, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, Xiao Feng, the leader of the ferocious Tiger Regiment, Feng Liang, the director of the Security Bureau in the first city, and even Yang Si and the others rushed over from North Desert City to congratulate their boss on his wedding. Most importantly, the witness was powerful. It was actually Yang Qindong himself, who personally witnessed their marriage. With this big sign, everyone who was able to participate in this event shared the glory of it. Not to mention, Beta Persei was also very popular. At one point, he had arranged more than 50 tables for the wedding banquet, and this was because those who were not of a high enough rank did not appear. Otherwise, even 100 tables would not be enough. The better news was that Kikich was not marrying Beta Persei as a concubine, but as the first wife. Speaking of this matter, he had to thank his younger brother, Ba Tuesday. It was precisely because of his good performance on the battlefield that he participated in the battle against the Tatar elite cavalry. Not only that, he killed 4 of the enemy's men. Not only that, he was promoted to a higher rank, he also promoted his older sister Kikich. Now, only his mother, Batama, was left. Presumably, as long as she could perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, there would still be opportunities. This was also the reason why Yang Qindong became the wedding officiator. Under such a lively atmosphere, Beta Persei could not stop smiling that day. "7 days after the wedding, he left the first city with the young master. After asking for instructions, he decided to take Kikich out to see the world. Inside the tent, Kikich did not seem to be in a good mood. Speaking of which, this was the first time she had been so far away from her mother. Although she had just come out, she was already a little homesick. As her husband, Beta Persei was the best choice to enlighten her. "Madam, do you miss your mother? It's okay. Your mother is very safe in the first city. Besides, your younger brother is now a company commander in the new army. With him around, your mother won't be lonely. This time, we're going out to see the world. You don't know how prosperous Qiqian City is. That place is no different from a holy place in our hearts." Tiger's Mane stretched out his hand and hugged Kikich in his arms, with a comforting expression on his face. Kikich burrowed into the wide and warm embrace and found a more comfortable position. "I think the first city is very big. It's very good." Haha. In this regard, Beta Persei was speechless. For a person who was used to drifting around the grassland, the first city was indeed very big. Seeing that Beta Persei did not speak and only smiled, Kikich's face showed a trace of caution. "What? Are you starting to despise me? If I knew it. My mother also said that when a man gets a woman's body, it's the beginning of dislike." "Oh, I'm being wronged. I'm being wronged. How could I be that kind of person?" Beta Persei cried out loudly. then found that Kikij's face was full of smiles. He knew that she was teasing him, so he pretended to be very angry and said, "Well, you dare to lie to me. As punishment, I'm going to carry you to bed now." Don't. It's not completely dark yet. Wait a little longer." When it came to this matter, Kikij's face quickly turned red. This man was a bull, a barbarian. She couldn't stand it every time. If it started now, it would be a problem for her to walk tomorrow morning. In order to divert Tiger's Mane's attention, Kikij took the initiative to say, "By the way, little brother did not join the 1st Cavalry Division, but chose to be a company commander in the new army. This won't affect his future, right?" How could it? When it came to serious matters, Beta Persei was indeed a lot more well-behaved. He liked to talk about these things, especially when he saw Kikij looking at him with admiration. The world's 1st Cavalry Division is indeed the most elite army. If it's a cold weapon battle, even Lung Feng might not be a match for it. But because they're all too strong, it's not easy to make a name for oneself there. It's better to go to the new army. Relatively speaking, the conditions for promotion there are much more relaxed. Besides, this is the intention of Tiger's Mane and Shibi. They first found Batu and persuaded him to stay. They also made a lot of promises, so it's impossible for them not to keep their word. They won't lie to Batu, right? You know that little brother is very honest. Kikij was still a little worried. To him, whether it was Tiger's Mane or Shibi, they were both important people. On the other hand, Beta Persei, who was beside him, was too close to him, so he didn't feel anything. They won't. Beta Persei patted his chest and promised. With my face, how could they not treat Batu well? Besides, little brother is not honest at all. He has a lot of ideas when he's in trouble. Who said that little brother is not honest? He's an honest person. A moment ago, she was looking at Beta Persei with admiration, but after hearing what he said, Kikij became unyielding again. I was wrong. Beta Persei understood the principles taught by the 6th young master. He didn't know how to reason with a woman. When he saw that the situation wasn't right, he immediately surrendered. This caused Kikij to laugh coquettishly. In the main tent a few dozen meters away, Yang Shandong was drinking horse milk wine and eating mutton with the 7th madam. Yang Shandong wasn't very interested in these things, but it was the madam's request. She also said that after leaving here, it would be difficult to eat such authentic food in the future, so he could only accompany her. War God, is 2nd sister asleep? Just like how every madam had their own way of addressing Yang Shandong, Toya was used to addressing Yang Shandong in this way. She's asleep. People who are pregnant always like to sleep. When Xiaoyin was mentioned, Yang Shandong's face was filled with a happy smile. He was someone who was going to be a father, and Xiaoyin was now treated like a national treasure. In the past, there were only 4 maids serving her, but now there were twice as many, and 8 maids were serving her. Not only that, but Yang Shandong also gave her personal maid, Xing'er, a very high authority. Unless Xiaoyin was willing, no one was allowed to disturb her, not even the madams. This wasn't his intention to drive a wedge between the madams. In the future, he had watched many palace dramas, and there were many matters related to internal strife. Anything could happen. In the face of powerful interests, any kind of friendship could change. Especially when Xiaoyin was pregnant with his first child. It was impossible to say that no one was jealous. In order to prevent any possible man-made accidents, the safest way was to take sufficient measures now. Although it would hurt some people's feelings, once the rules were set, they could slowly get used to it in the future. Of course, all of this was only on the surface. Secretly, Yang Shandong also instructed Jiang Ping to pay special attention to 2nd Madam. The newly formed female guards were put to good use. Once they discovered someone with ill intentions, they could directly take them down without asking for permission. With this hidden hand, Yang Shandong's heart could finally relax a lot. War God, when we have a child in the future, will you protect me like how you protect 2nd sister? Tuoya could feel Yang Shandong's nervousness. She could understand this point. Her background as a princess allowed her to understand some things too early. Because of this, she didn't have any intention of blaming Yang Qindong. On the contrary, she was very supportive. Of course, you are my wife. Your safety is naturally the most important. Yang Qindong was very casual, but his tone was very firm. That's great. Tuoya nodded contentedly. Oh, by the way, tell me about the other sisters. You know that we're about to meet each other, so we should know in advance what to pay attention to. Otherwise, it won't look good if we make a fool of ourselves. Okay. Yang Qindong really wanted to push the task to fourth madam, Lady Xiang. However, when he thought about how Tuoya had already left her hometown to follow him, if he rejected such a small matter, who knew if she would be sad? On the battlefield, Yang Qindong was the strategist. No matter how strong the enemy was, he wouldn't be afraid. However, in front of the other madams, his general's demeanor had long disappeared. Other than doting, there was only affection left. She waited for Yang Qindong to speak for 2 hours. When it was already late at night, he became careless. Tuoya's face was flushed red under the candlelight. When she thought of what was going to happen next, she said softly, "Call fourth elder sister over. I can't handle it alone." Okay. Seeing that Tuoya had already gotten used to accompanying him with the other sisters, Yang Qindong was very happy. This was also a way to promote the friendship between the sisters. The next morning, the group set off as usual after breakfast. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood. This kind of process where they didn't have to think about fighting and only had to travel slowly was a great way to improve the relationship between everyone. Chapter 899. Su Yunsheng, the head of the reconnaissance team, was the first to set off, leading a company of scouts to scout ahead. With the sixth young master in the team, there was no room for carelessness in terms of safety. Yang Qindong didn't refuse Su Yunsheng, who had resigned from his position as head of the reconnaissance team, and insisted on following him. This person seemed to be born to be a scout. With him around, there would be a better guarantee of safety, and he wouldn't have to worry too much about accidents happening. The team was vast and mighty, and slowly, all the way to the newer Gondusi area. Usually, when transporting supplies, they would often use this road, but the transport team could quickly pass through here in 10 to 20 days. However, Yang Qindong's team took more than a month. This was mainly due to the inconvenience of Qiao Yin's body. If there was a bumpy road in a hurry, who knew what would happen? Although Dr. Zhao Yinmei followed along, it was better to take precautions. In this way, the army stopped and walked until the beginning of October, when they finally arrived at Seatown. There were already more than 30 ships waiting here. Long Yuntian, the acting head of the 1st Division of the First Sea Army, was ordered to wait here. When he saw the vast and mighty team coming from afar, he led the team and waited until the convoy approached. When Yang Qindong walked over, accompanied by Beta Persei and the guards, Long Yuntian led a group of officers to greet him. "Greetings, 6th young master. Long Yuntian, acting head of the 1st Division, is waiting here for orders." "Haha, good. Make the arrangements. Everyone get on the ship." Yang Qindong reached out and patted Long Yuntian's shoulder. Facing this familiar person, Yang Qindong smiled with satisfaction. But in the process of patting the shoulder, the expressions of some of the officers of the 1st Division changed, and their bodies tensed up a lot at this moment. Long Yuntian, who was patted on the shoulder, blushed and was very excited. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered something. He hurriedly turned around and continued to introduce 6th young master. "These are the officers of our new regiment. This is our new political commissar, Su Hao." Long Yuntian pointed at another officer who also had the rank of colonel and introduced him formally. "Oh, political commissar Su, hello." This time, Yang Qindong didn't pat his shoulder. Instead, he reached out and shook his hand. To be honest, as the team grew bigger, there were already some people that he wasn't so clear about. For example, Su Hao in front of him was very unfamiliar to him. Su Hao's face was full of excitement. He stretched out his arms and grabbed Yang Qindong's arm, shaking it vigorously. He also subconsciously said some flattering words. Sixth young master, this subordinate has admired you for a long time. Today, I finally get to meet you. I'm extremely excited, extremely excited. Haha, dear best. Yang Chendong also responded with a smile. Then, he shook hands with the other officers of the 1st Division one after another. After a round of greetings, the team began to board the ships. Because Yang Chendong's return to Crimson City this time wasn't a public move, there were no large ships arranged to welcome him. Most of the ships weren't very large, but there were always 2 or 3 second-class ships that were 70 to 80 feet long. It was just enough for Yang Chendong and the others to rest on. The largest ship was naturally Yang Chendong's. After the 3 madams and the maids boarded the ship, Beta Persei led the first guard team and boarded the ship. As for the second guard team, they had no choice but to board the other ships. In this regard, Yang Chendong didn't have any doubts. Since this was the 1st Marine Army's unit, it was his unit. No one would dare to harm him. He still had this much confidence. As for the reaction of the other officers when he shook hands with Long Yuntian, with Yang Chendong's keen insight, he naturally noticed it, but he didn't say anything. When it came to the situation of the officers below him, he wouldn't ask too much. However, his safety was at stake this time. Although he knew how to swim and was quite good at it, he knew that he had to be careful. There were a lot of diving equipment and oxygen tanks in the big warehouse. Even if there were any problems at sea, he would have no problem protecting himself. But the 3 madams were still on the ship. For their safety, there were some things that needed to be investigated. Go, arrange for 2 capable men to ask about the situation and relationship of the officers in the 1st Division. Understood. Beta Persei, who received Yang Chendong's order, nodded and found Ba Daojiang and Prungyu. These 2 were veterans of the guard team. There was no problem in terms of loyalty. They were also experienced in the martial arts world. It was reassuring to leave some things to them. After the team boarded the ship, the acting commander, Long Yuntian, immediately ordered the ship to set sail. The fleet then put away the anchor and set sail straight to the south. When they first boarded the ship, everything was so fresh, especially when they looked around. The sea and the sky were the same color. It was very spectacular. This made the 4th madam, Lady Xiang, and the 7th madam, Tuoya, who had never seen the sea before, very excited. But after a long time, the scenery was the same every day. Even the best scenery would have a day when they got tired of it. Yang Chendong had no choice but to play cards with the 3 madams in the ship's lounge. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. After a few days of sailing, the ship was finally no longer lonely. They could see other ships in the distance, but because of the distance, they didn't have much contact with each other. When Yang Chendong heard Beta Persei's report, he stood on the bow and looked into the distance with binoculars. He saw the ship with the North Korean flag. Putting down the binoculars, Yang Chendong looked thoughtful and said to Beta Persei, "Go call Long Yuntian here." Soon, Long Yuntian appeared, and Yang Chendong's question followed. The North Korean Navy is not far away. Do they often appear here? I don't know. Long Yuntian shook his head with an ugly expression. This time, without waiting for Yang Chendong to ask anything, Beta Persei said with dissatisfaction, "You don't know. Have you never made this trip before?" No, this is the first time I've made this trip. Oh yes, when I pass by here, it seems that there are ships nearby. With a red face, Long Yuntian explained hesitantly. Okay, you can go down first. Yang Chendong raised his hand and dismissed Long Yuntian. Yang Chendong fell into deep thought as he looked at his departing figure. Beta Persei, what about the information I asked you to send? There's no news yet, but soon. The Navy soldiers here are very principled. It's not so easy to get information. It will take a little time. This time, it was Beta Persei's expression that was unnatural. There's no other way. If the task assigned by the 6th young master was not performed well, anyone would have an ugly expression. There's no hurry. There's still more than 20 days from here to Hosung City. It should be enough. It's just that the existence of the North Korean Navy in front of us is a hidden danger. Right now, Beiming doesn't have a navy, so they don't pose any threat to us. However, this is our supply route to Shurchen. If the North Korean Navy decides to attack us one day, then the situation won't be good. Well, take note of this matter and remind me when we return to Resin City's Marine headquarters. Yes, young master. Tiger's mane nodded and agreed. This seems to be a small episode. Yang Chendong didn't care too much about it, but Tiger's mane stepped up the security work of the guards. He always had a strange feeling that the situation seemed to be wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only strengthen his own defense to prevent unexpected things from happening. It's a pity that this is not on land. In case of an accident, he can't contact the second guard and Commander Xiao Feng's Tiger Regiment. But thinking about it, with their combat experience, once something happened, they should be able to react immediately. Beta Persei's nerves became nervous, and he was a little absent-minded even when he was accompanying Kikich. The days passed like this until 20 days later, they finally arrived at the sea area of Hosung City. Only then did he relax a lot. And at this time, Badeo Jiang and Peng Yu, who were sent to inquire about the matter, finally came to report. For more than 20 days, the two ate and lived with the Navy warriors and worked hard to make friends with them. Finally, they figured out the situation of the first group. This time, they came to report to Beta Persei. Half an hour later, Beta Persei came to the main cabin where Yang Chendong was and reported the situation in detail. Young master, Hosung City has investigated many people and many things. Long Yuntian is one of the people who has been judged to be problematic. Beta Persei reported while paying attention to Yang Chendong's expression. Long Yuntian has a problem? What's the problem? Even if you know that he has a problem, why did Gao Xiong send him to pick me up? What does this mean? Yang Chendong was also a little confused, but it could be seen that he was somewhat angry. Yes, young master, this is the problem. Long Yuntian's problem is that he was not careful when inspecting the goods at sea, and that batch of goods happened to be one of the goods that Yang Taizhu smuggled out at that time. It is because of this matter that some people think that Long Yuntian may be Yang Taizhu's accomplice. Even if he is not, at least he is someone who helped him. I heard that because of this, there is still a lot of controversy. In the following time, Beta Persei gave a detailed report of the situation that Badeo Jiang and Peng Yu learned from the soldiers below. According to Beta Persei, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Supervision, Wu Qian, believes that Long Yuntian has a problem and once proposed to remove him from his post and investigate, and even search his house. But this proposal was rejected by Commander Gao Xiong of the five-man team. What Commander Gao Xiong meant was that Long Yuntian was a good cadre, a cadre who could fight. It was just that he wasn't that principled in the past. Considering that the goods came from Crimson City and were wanted by the Security Bureau, it was reasonable that he didn't check them carefully. After all, the status of the Security Bureau was very special, and not every department had the right to order them around. Therefore, Long Yuntian's problem was at most a momentary lapse in inspection, and a person should not be killed because of this small matter. Chapter 900. Since then, the two of them had never found a way to solve Long Yuntian's problem. But soon, there was an impact. With Long Yuntian's ability and experience, he was originally a popular candidate to be the commander of the 1st Marine Army's 3rd Division. But because of this, his appointment was blocked by the political department. Fortunately, Gao Xiong still acted and transferred him from the 3rd Division to the 1st Division. Considering the impact, he gave him the position of acting regiment commander of the 1st Division instead of regiment commander. Right, 6th young master, Wu Qian's brother-in-law, is the 1st Division's political commissar, Su Hao. He's on the ship beside us. Beta Persei seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Yang Chendong. Yang Chendong listened quietly and slowly nodded. Even though he was secretly returning to Crimson City, he was afraid that he would attract too much attention and that someone would have ideas about him on the way. But no matter what, he shouldn't have sent an acting regiment commander to escort him back. Now, it seemed that this was Commander Gao Xiong's idea. He was clearly using this method to remind him to pay more attention to this matter. Gao Xiong still understood Yang Qindong. He knew that as Yang Xie continued to grow stronger, he rarely interfered in the affairs of the lower ranks. For example, it was not easy for Yang Qindong to intervene in matters of Long Yuntian's level. That was why Gao Xiong arranged for this person to escort him back to Crimson City, hoping to use this method to remind him. Of course, Gao Xiong also had a sense of propriety. He did not ask Long Yuntian to take the initiative to say anything to Yang Qindong. This kind of matter of skipping a rank to report, unless it was the sixth young master who took the initiative to ask, the subordinates could not casually talk about it. Otherwise, if everyone had to report to Yang Qindong, he would not be able to handle it, even if he worked 48 hours a day. That was why the current situation was like this. Long Yuntian escorted him back to the city as acting regiment commander. He also arranged for political commissar Su Hao to follow him. One was a political commissar, while the other was only an acting regimental commander. The former's brother-in-law was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Supervision. Naturally, everyone would side with the former. It was no wonder that when Yang Qindong expressed his intimacy with Long Yuntian, the officers in the regiment revealed strange expressions. After figuring everything out, Yang Qindong sighed. The self-inspection was carried out under his instructions to prevent a similar incident to Yang Taizhu from happening again. Now, it seemed that the investigation was very strict. Not only that, it seemed to be a little excessive. If this continued, wouldn't it cause panic among the people? Go. Call Long Yuntian over. Remember, don't let anyone else see you. After pondering for a moment, Yang Qindong still wanted to hear what Long Yuntian had to say. Understood. Veda Persei nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, Long Yuntian appeared in front of Yang Qindong wearing a guard uniform. As soon as he appeared, he knelt on the ground with a plop and said that he was guilty. What are you guilty of? Yang Qindong's face was serious, but it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy at this moment. I have let down the sixth young master's trust. I was careless during the inspection at sea, causing the smuggling ship to pass right in front of me, but I didn't know. I am guilty. Long Yuntian knelt on the ground, his eyes red as he said. Ever since he received the military order from Commander Gao Xiong, he had been waiting for this moment, waiting for Yang Qindong's private summons. When he came, Commander Gao Xiong had already said that the higher-ups were keeping a close eye on him. His position as acting regimental commander was only a temporary measure. If he couldn't solve it this time, he was afraid that when he returned, not only would he not be able to become a full member, he might not even be able to wear this uniform. If someone really wanted to investigate Yang Tieju's previous problem, he wouldn't be able to become a member of the Cold Front if he couldn't explain it clearly. This way, no one would dare to ask him if there was a problem. The best ending would be to be given a piece of land to farm. Although Long Yuntian wasn't afraid of being a farmer, he didn't want to continue farming in this situation. He didn't want to leave the army without a clear reason. However, he really had a problem that he couldn't explain clearly. If someone really didn't let go of this matter, he was afraid that other than a limited number of people, no one would be able to save him. And of course, Yang Qindong was among these limited number of people, and he was even the leader. After all, the leader of the five-man team was the future sixth madam. Even she had to listen to the sixth young master. This could be said to be Long Yuntian's only hope. But no matter how he looked, the sixth young master didn't seem to have any intention of meeting him alone. Seeing that they were about to reach Crimson City in 3 days, he seemed to have lost all hope. He couldn't even sleep well these 2 days. Just when he couldn't see any hope in life, Beta Persei suddenly appeared and even took his guard uniform. Long Yuntian was overjoyed. He knew that his only hope had appeared. When he saw Yang Qindong, he knelt down and admitted his mistake, tears streaming down his face. Yes, you're right. Whether it was because of carelessness or carelessness, the smuggled goods passed right under your nose and you didn't notice. This is indeed a mistake that can't be ignored. It's only right that you be punished. Yang Qindong nodded. Yes, it's right. I'll obey the arrangement. Long Yantian didn't have any intention of quibbling. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. There was nothing to doubt about this. What he suspected was that the punishment was a little too harsh, a little too targeted. This was also what Yang Qindong didn't understand. Logically speaking, Yang Tieju's smuggling wasn't the first time, so it was impossible for him to encounter Long Yuntian's inspection every time. If that was the case, then he would suspect that he was really involved in the smuggling. But if he didn't encounter it every time, then why did he have to target Long Yuntian like this? Could it be that there were other reasons for this? Captain Long, let me ask you, how did the other officers involved in the Navy deal with it? Sixth young master. One of the company commanders was directly expelled from the military and was given a piece of land to farm. There were also a few people who wrote checks, and this matter was passed. Long Yantian didn't dare to hide anything. This was his last chance, so he couldn't hide anything. Oh, the same thing, the same problem. How could the results be so different? What is the reason? Yang Chundong keenly found the problem. This. Long Yantian didn't answer immediately, but hesitated. What? In front of the sixth young master, you still don't want to tell the truth? Beta Persei on the side saw that Long Yantian didn't know what was good for him, and he was angry and roared with fire in his eyes. No, I don't dare. I will say it now. It's because the vice captain in charge of the case, Wu Qian, was selfish. Knowing that he couldn't hesitate at this time, Long Yantian threw caution to the wind and said, Bastard, you can't talk about this kind of thing. Do you have evidence? Yang Qindong frowned after listening. When it came to a vice captain, he couldn't help but be cautious. In particular, Luan Xiaoyu mentioned Wu Qian's name more than once in the telegram, saying that this person's workability was very good, impartial, and he was the main force in this inspection operation. This time, when he returned to Qixin City, Yang Qindong originally planned to meet this person. If this person was indeed outstanding, he could be put in an important position. But now, Long Yantian actually said that Wu Qian was selfish, which made him take it seriously. There is no evidence. Long Yantian knelt on the ground and shook his head. Everything was told to me by Xie Kun, the assistant to Vice Captain Wu. At that time, there was a rumor that I might be the commander of the 3rd Division of the 1st Sea Army. This Xie Kun came to me and said that Su Hao, Vice Captain Wu's brother-in-law, is now a lieutenant colonel in the Navy. He wanted to see if I could consider giving him a real position and let him be the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Division. If he couldn't, he could choose one of the 3 regiments of the 1st Division to be the commander. I knew that Su Hao had some ability, but he wasn't qualified to be the commander of a regiment, so I refused. Soon after, someone began to investigate me and said that I made a mistake in the inspection work in the coastal defense. Long Yantian was still speaking slowly, and Yang Qindong could be considered to have a preliminary understanding of the matter. How a high-ranking officer used his authority, especially how to prevent his family from using his authority to do things that went against the law and morals, had once been a headache for Yang Qindong. The law was nothing more than human feelings. The law was the bottom line of morality, and morality was human feelings. The existence of a law was to protect the existence of human feelings, especially for the Han people, who were originally a race that valued human feelings. It was impossible to completely eliminate such things. Thus, there was the saying of pillow talk, and there was the saying of a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. It was just that he didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. Qixin City had only developed for a few years, and such a problem had already appeared, and it had become so serious that it directly involved the appointment of a division commander. First, there was the matter of Yang Taizhu using his father's authority, and then there was this unfair treatment and even public threat. Yang Qindong knew that trouble had finally arrived. History had proven that when a country went from being strong to being defeated, it was usually due to the internal corruption. As the leader of the royal family, none of them were willing to be the ruler of a fallen country. The various decrees and orders that came out of their mouths were in principle for the good of the people, for the good of the country. The policies were good, but the people who carried out the policies were bad. It was because they were corrupt and the governance was rotten that in the end, the good policies were not implemented well. And in the end, the people had no way to live and had no choice but to rebel. All along, Yang Qindong's main focus had been on the expansion of the military and the development of business. Reality had proven that these two matters had been greatly improved, and because of that, Yang Xie's faction had been constantly growing and expanding. However, when it came to internal governance, especially local governance, he had never thought of a better solution. Chapter 901. He had thought of doing things according to the democracy of later generations, but now it was the Great Ming Dynasty. The people who had been ruled by a feudal society for many years would not be able to adapt to democracy. Of course, he could also use his supreme authority to force it. But if that was the case, not to mention the new problems that would arise internally once democracy was established, would the people agree to his continued expansion of power? The people were peace-loving. As long as their lives were good, they would be satisfied. How could they possibly support the expansion? If that really happened, they would really be shooting themselves in the foot. In order to achieve the unprecedented ideal in his heart, Yang Qindong must centralize power in the central government, or even in himself. For this reason, he would accept the infamy of being a warmonger and a butcher. But in this way, how to manage his own internal affairs and make them invulnerable became the most important thing at the moment. It was even a problem that must be solved. Sixth young master, the company commander who was fired, was also blackmailed. I heard that the company commander has a very beautiful wife who is fancied by Xie Kuin's assistant. Xie Kuin wanted to persuade them to divorce first and then marry her himself, but the company commander refused no matter what. So this happened. Long Yintian was still talking when Yang Qindong shook his head. Well, the young master already knows what happened. I will send someone to investigate. If it is really as you said, I will definitely clear your name. But before the matter is settled, we can't act rashly and alert the enemy. Do you understand? It was just a one-sided story. Yang Qindong could not completely believe it. He just took it as a reference. But to be able to say this, it meant that he already had doubts about this matter. Long Yintian, who was kneeling on the ground, was overjoyed. After kowtowing a few more times, he left under Beta Persei's gaze. Young master, there was no one else in the room, so Beta Persei carefully asked for instructions. Yes, we can't doubt Long Yintian's words, but without investigation, we have no right to speak. How about this? When we reach Crimson City, you go investigate in private and see if what Long Yintian said is true. Remember, don't make any noise. We can't let a bad person go, but we can't wrong a good person either. Yang Qindong still didn't have the intention to investigate openly. No matter what, Wu Qian was a candidate recommended by Luan Xiaoyu. Based on this, he couldn't make a decision without conclusive evidence. Okay, Beta Persei nodded, indicating that he had noted it down. Other than Beta Persei and a few core guards, no one knew about Long Yuntian's secret meeting with Yang Qindong. Another day passed as if nothing had happened. This morning, Long Yuntian came to report that if everything went smoothly, they would be able to reach Crimson City the next day. Yang Qindong brought the three madams out to enjoy the sea breeze. Coincidentally, just as they appeared, not far away, there were several merchant ships that were obviously larger in size. Suddenly, an unknown ship approached. Out of instinct, Yang Air ordered the guards to prepare for battle. At the same time, he reported to Yang Qindong and asked the young master and the madams to enter the cabin to rest. It's okay. Yang Qindong stood on the deck and shook his head. He had already seen the bright 5-star flag on those ships. Based on this, even if the other party was not on their side, they should be friends. And he had already asked, this was the outer sea area of Crimson City. It was only about 500 nautical miles away from the city. If this place was not safe, then the First Sea Army was really useless. Of course, there was another main reason why Yang Qindong made this judgment. He did not see the panic on the soldiers of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Division. Presumably, they should know about this caravan, or perhaps they should know and be familiar with who they are. The facts confirmed Yang Qindong's thoughts. When the distance between the two sides was less than 10 nautical miles, the other side actually sent a small boat to approach them. It was at this time, with the help of binoculars, Yang Qindong saw that the small group of people were actually blonde Western foreigners. How the hell did they grow up to look like this? Beta Persei looked at the foreigners that appeared through the binoculars and was very curious. While cursing, he called the acting commander, Long Yuntian, and asked, "Who are they? What are they doing? Don't they know who is on the ship? Inform them and tell them not to come close." "Yes." Long Yuntian nodded repeatedly, then went to the bow of the ship and personally commanded the flag bearers to signal the other ship not to come close. At the same time, after consulting Yang Qindong, he fired a shot. The shell landed right in front of the small boat, setting off a monstrous wave. After the shot was fired, the other party's small boat stopped. After seeing the contents of the flag signal sent by Long Yuntian, they replied that they have no malicious intentions. They just want to ask if Long Yuntian has anything to sell. They are willing to pay a high price for it. Tell them no. Tell them to stay away. Otherwise, sink them all and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Beta Persei said angrily, then walked to Yang Qindong and reported the situation. Call Long Yuntian over. Yang Qindong was interested in this merchant ship that suddenly appeared. He believed that the other party did not know the importance of him and his group on the ship. The reason why they did this was probably not the first time. They wanted to come over, but it was just a habit and they wanted to try their luck. Long Yuntian was quickly called in front of Yang Qindong, and the matter about the merchant ship quickly came to a conclusion. This was indeed a merchant ship team. They belonged to a force called the Kingdom of Portugal, and they did want to trade with them. Countless facts had proven that mercenary fleets often had good things that could not be bought or seen outside. Merchants pursued profit, and they just wanted to complete a transaction. After receiving a serious warning from Long Yuntian, they had already retreated. Portugal. The corners of Yang Qindong's mouth curled into a smile. In this era, the Kingdom of Portugal was still very powerful. They were once glorious in this era, together with Spain. In history, after more than 20 years, the Portuguese finally occupied the northern Moroccan city of Tangier, which had been competing with Spain for a long time. They would develop even more powerful. In history, the Portuguese fleet should not have discovered the great Ming dynasty. It was through the efforts of generations of seafarers that they truly opened the world between the East and the West. Among them, there were people like Magellan and Galileo. However, in this life, because Gao Xiong and the others had obtained the map given by Yang Qindong, they had gone to the West first. As a result, they had accelerated their contact with the Western world, which was why they had appeared in this sea area so early. Do they usually do this? Will they also stop ships halfway to buy things? Yang Qindong looked at Long Yuntian and asked a key question. Yes, they often do this, but we will not trade with them. The Navy has Navy regulations. They can't stop ships without orders, so their actions have no meaning. However, even though they have not succeeded even once, they still continue to do so. I really don't know what to say about their perseverance. Long Yuntian quickly gave an answer to this question. Okay, I know. Yang Qindong nodded. He was still reassured by the Navy style. But letting them be so close to Kiosk City is not a good thing. It seems that it is necessary to arrange for Gao Xiong to talk to them. While he can sell them some things at a high price, he can also test their attitude and learn more about the situation in the West. This will play a very important role in the future expedition there. The appearance of the Portuguese merchant ships made Yang Qindong's idea of sending troops and conquering the West become hot. Some of the resources there are still good, and they can be occupied early. This is part of his future grand plan. Under the threat of gunfire, the Portuguese merchant ships gradually moved away. The next morning, the 1st Regiment successfully entered the coastal area of Kiosk City. In the morning, the fleet finally appeared in front of the new dock. Looking from afar, they could already see the crowd of people welcoming them. Before, they were far away, so they couldn't see anything. But now that they are close, the majestic charm of Kiosk City really appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, the three ladies couldn't help but exclaim. Even the second lady, Xiao Yin, who was the first to come here, had a sigh at this moment. After a few years, Kiosk City has become even more magnificent. Back again. After a sigh, Yang Qindong stepped off the ship and once again stepped on the ground of Kiosk City. The sixth young master returned to Kiosk City. The second lady was pregnant, so the whole palace became very lively. It was on this night that Yang Qindong was alone with Hu Yin when he mentioned the issue of children and his worries. Hu Yin was a very kind woman, and her relationship with Xiao Yin and the other sisters had always been very good. It was precisely because he knew this that Yang Qindong confided in her and told her his thoughts, including some new rules that needed to be established. With regards to Yang Qindong's requests, Hu Yin agreed to all of them. She lay in Yang Qindong's arms with a blissful look on her face. Dong Shuai, you are very thoughtful. This must become a rule. In the future, when any sister is pregnant, they must do this. I will also set myself as an example. Unless second sister allows me to go over, I will definitely not casually step in her courtyard. It's been hard on you. Yang Qindong was touched by Hu Yan's kindness and gently stroked her arm. Chapter 902. How could that be? We are husband and wife. Dong Shuai, please don't speak to me in this manner in the future. All right, you want to see my grandparents and parents. How are they? Are they all right? Not wanting to talk about this matter, Hu Yin asked about the situation in the capital of Beiming. All right, they're fine. Father is now a third-rank official and has real military power in his hands. Even if something happens, there will be more room to maneuver. Furthermore, grandfather is a shrewd old man. It won't be easy for others to take advantage of him. Pei, what shrewd old man? Dong Shuai, you used the wrong words. Hu Yin said coquettishly. Yes. Yang Qindong raised his hands in surrender. It was my fault for using the wrong words. I should be punished. Let me take good care of Yin tonight. As he said that, he pounced over. Immediately, there was a cry of surprise. Qiqian City's Department of Supervision. A four-story building made of red bricks and iron tendons. It represented the supervision and encouragement of authority. Vice Minister Wu Qian was working here. On this day, he was walking home after finishing his work. When he passed by a small alley, a bearded man blocked his path. He didn't look very old. His eyes were very spirited, and his voice was like a large bell. His voice seemed to be able to shake the heavens. Are you Minister Wu? The man looked at the average 172 meters tall middle-aged man and asked, I am Vice Minister Wu Qian. Who are you? Wu Qian looked at the man with a puzzled expression. He was very sure that this was the first time he had seen this man, but for some reason, he felt as though they had met before. Wu Qian's residence was only 2 streets away from the Department of Supervision. Usually, in order to train his body, he would walk back and forth. He didn't even bring a single guard with him. Reality proved that Qiqian City security was very good. This was the first time he had encountered someone blocking his path. Even if he was blocked halfway, Wu Qian's eyes didn't show a trace of panic. There could only be 2 possibilities. First, he was a selfless person. He had no ulterior motives and wasn't afraid of any evil spirits. Also, he was very good at acting. But no matter what kind of person this person was, since he had appeared, he would find a way to make him give himself away. Yes, then the person I'm looking for is you. It's like this. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here for Long Yuntian. Raise your hand and let him live. As a reward, these will all be yours. As he spoke, the man took out a stack of banknotes. Each banknote had 5,000 taels written on it, and there were 10 banknotes in total. It had to be said that the person who came had shown his sincerity. However, in Wu Qian's eyes, contempt appeared in his eyes. What? You want to bribe me, but do you know that we have a law that states that anyone who embezzles 10,000 taels of silver will be beheaded? That's enough to behead me 5 times. Sigh. Only you and I know about this. Besides, I didn't give you 10,000 taels of silver. Each banknote only has 5,000 taels of silver. You can't behead me." The person who came was obviously prepared. As he said this with a smile, he said, "Hee, I've asked around. Although your salary is high, these 50,000 taels of silver are enough for you to earn for a few years. How about it? Now, as long as you nod your head, these will all be yours." "Oh, you're right." Wu Qian's face revealed a trace of emotion. After a slight hesitation, he reached out and took the 10 silver notes in his hand. "But I don't know what you mean by being magnanimous." Seeing Wu Qian accept the banknotes just like that, a trace of regret flashed in the person's eyes. But soon, he returned to normal. "It doesn't mean anything. As long as you don't hold on to Long Yuntian's matter, we will naturally take care of the rest. Hee, your request is simple. But what kind of person do you think I, Wu Qian, am? Men, quickly come and catch him. There's a thief here." Just a moment ago, Wu Qian still had a smile on his face, but all of a sudden, he turned hostile and began to shout loudly. This shout frightened the person who came. Everything happened so suddenly that he was caught off guard. As soon as the shout came out, hurried footsteps could be heard from the nearby streets. Needless to say, it must be Long Feng, who was patrolling the streets, rushing over. That person snorted angrily at Wu Qian. "You're ruthless." He turned and ran, causing Wu Qian to pounce forward to catch him. The person escaped, but the banknotes of 50,000 taels of silver were not returned. The person who came had a gloomy face. After entering another street, when he came out, he no longer had the beard under his face. He looked much cooler. Who else could it be other than Beta Persei? Just now, he went to test this Wu Qian. He began to investigate this matter after coming to Crimson City. He found his brother, Yang Wu, and the director of the Security Bureau, Che Chao. He even followed the 6th young master's instructions and found the 5th madam, Su Monair. Her CIA training had been completed, and she was spreading out her own network. Although it was not complete, a high official like Wu Qian still did some investigation. He checked everything that could be checked, and all the results showed that this Wu Qian was a serious, responsible, and impartial person. This result naturally did not satisfy Beta Persei. When Long Yuntian reported to him, he was watching from the side. This person was the kind of person who had nowhere to go and would not lie. Therefore, he still did not approve of this result and decided to give it a try. So he borrowed 50,000 taels of silver from Yang Qindong for that test. The result naturally did not satisfy him. After all, Wu Qian still took the money, but in the end, he called for help. What was the meaning of that? With a heart full of confusion, Beta Persei returned to the palace and saw Yang Qindong. The 6th young master couldn't help but laugh when he saw his dejected expression. "What's wrong? Is it because he didn't accept your money?" "Young master, he took it." Beta Persei looked up and said something that surprised Yang Qindong. While Beta Persei was learning about Wu Qian, Yang Qindong was not idle either. He was also investigating this person's situation. He also found Luan Xiaoyu to hear her opinion. Unexpectedly, Luan Xiaoyu held Wu Qian in high esteem. Her evaluation of him was far higher than that of the Minister of Supervision, Shen Yu. According to her, if one of these cadres was the Iron Mask that Yang Qindong spoke of, then Wu Qian was such a person. All kinds of information also showed that Wu Qian was an upright person. Even when he went to and from work, he did not ride a horse or sit in a sedan chair like the other cadres. Instead, he walked on foot and did not even bring a guard with him. It seemed unreasonable to say that there was something wrong with such a person. Therefore, when Beta Persei came to borrow the money, he thought it was unnecessary. But since he had to try, he might as well try. Unexpectedly, Wu Qian really took the money. Didn't this mean that he was really a greedy person and very good at disguising himself? Had everyone been deceived by him? While Yang Qindong was still thinking about which part of the problem had gone wrong, Beta Persei spoke again. He did take the money, but then he shouted and attracted the patrolling soldiers. "I was worried that it would look bad if I was caught, so I could only run back first." Oh, ha. Hearing this, Yang Chendong could not help but laugh. He really thought that the other party had taken the money. Now it seemed that the money was just evidence. Young master, what are you laughing at? The money is gone. I did not test whether he was a greedy person. It was my dereliction of duty. Beta Persei did not understand the meaning of this laughter, but since the money was given to him, he had to give an explanation. Well, the money will not be lost. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the Ministry of Supervision in the afternoon and see if he handed it in. Well, it seems that the problem should not be with this Wu Qian, but with his family. In this case, you go and do one more thing. Calling Beta Persei to his ear, Yang Chendong instructed. That afternoon, as soon as he went to work, Wu Qian handed over the 50,000 taels of silver. At the same time, he showed an attitude of wanting to investigate Long Zaiqian. For this matter, he directly sent someone to the First Sea Army's military headquarters to explain the situation to Commander Gao Xiong. At the same time, he also said that Long Zaiqian bribed his superior and that the problem was extremely serious. There was also a need to investigate where the 50,000 taels of silver came from. Gao Xiong had already received Long Zaiqian's report and knew that he had reported the matter to the 6th young master. He thought that the problem was about to be solved. He did not expect to receive another report from Wu Qian. For a moment, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Since the matter had been reported to the 6th young master, he could not casually hand over the person. So he went to the palace and wanted to make a face-to-face report to Yang Chendong about this matter. But before he could see the person, Beta Persei directly blocked his way. The young master said that the matter will be clear tomorrow. Commander Gao, please delay it for one more afternoon. Since Beta Persei said so, Gao Xiong used the excuse that Long Zaiqian was on an urgent mission and was not at home. When the matter was passed back to Wu Qian, his assistant Xie Kun immediately said, Minister, I have already asked. Long Zaiqian is in the Navy's military headquarters and did not go anywhere. Is there such a thing? Wu Qian was obviously angry. Then he slammed the table. I will find the 6th young master and tell him personally. Minister, it's late today. Tomorrow, if Gao Xiong still does not release the person, then report it tomorrow and let him suffer a little. Xie Kun stopped him. Now that it was almost time to get off work, it was not wise to disturb the 6th young master. Well, then wait until tomorrow. If you don't hand over the person, I will go to the palace and see the 6th young master. Wu Qian said angrily. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.